Utilities Administrative Assistant. We have a quorum and we'll be exiting practice mode and going live. Anything you say going forward will be recorded.
Thank you. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Oh, do you need?
Recording in progress.
I'm going to call the meeting to order. Do you want to call the roll?
Commissioner Metz,
Present.
Commissioner Tucker,
Present.
Commissioner Croft,
Present.
Chair Scharf,
Present.
Vice Chair Motter,
Present.
Commissioner Gupta,
Present.
Commissioner Phillips.
Present.
For the record, we have 7 present.
Thank you. All right. So do we have any agenda changes or deletions?
No changes.
All right. Should we have public comment for items not on the agenda? Do we have any?
If any member of the public would like to speak on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand or press star 9 now. We have one hand raised. We'll take do you want to take the in-person or?
I'll take the in-person first.
First, okay.
If you come all the way down, you get to go first.
I'd like to talk about.
Yeah, the button. There we go.
Okay. I'd like to talk about the fiber to the premises project, and more specifically about the hut that's going in at the Colorado substation. Sorry, Jeff Hoyle, last name spelled Hoel. I send you messages all the time. So anyway, last I heard, the permit for the hut hasn't been granted yet. And so one question is, has it been granted now? And if not, when will it be granted and what's holding it up? Another thing is I visited the hut site today, and where the hut is supposed to be very nearby, there's a bunch of breakers, transformers, and canisters that probably would have to be moved before the concrete slab for the hut gets poured. And so the question is, whose responsibility is that, and when can that happen? And when can the hut be shipped from South Dakota, where I understand it now is? Thanks.
Do we have anyone online?
Yes, we have one online. Becky Sanders, you may speak.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Becky Saunders. I am co-chair of Palo Alto Neighborhoods, and we as PAN and as individual members have sent you all some emails to the paloalto.gov email address. I think that's the one we're supposed to be using.
Is this an item on the agenda?
No.
Okay.
Several of us have followed up with you to learn that you never received the emails that we sent. And upon some investigation, found that they had been directed to the spam folders. And we're hoping that this oversight on someone's part or something, that is sending our stuff to spam will be corrected. I'm pretty sure you all can figure out how to avoid this going forward. But until you can be sure that you are receiving all the emails in a timely fashion, we would really appreciate if everyone on the commission would just check their spam folders to make sure you aren't missing anything from the public. And then also, when you have this figured out, please let us know if there was a glitch and how it's been resolved, because we think this is very important. And thank you. So I'll just close with one final phrase. Please check your spam folders.
All right. Thank you. I at least had no idea. I will check my spam folder. All right. Do we have any other speakers?
No additional hands raised.
All right. That brings us to the approval of the minutes. Can we have a motion to approve the minutes? There are. We'll take the one on May 7th first.
I move to approve the May minutes.
I'll second that.
All right. Seeing no discussion.
I did have one question. I noticed in one of the minutes there was a highlighted word David. I just was thinking we should remove it before we approve it.
Okay. We'll approve it with the highlight removed unless staff has a reason for the highlight. Okay. Okay, you want to call the roll?
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
Yes.
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Chair Scharf,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
And now I need a motion for the June 4th minutes.
I'd move to approve.
Second.
All right. You want,
I'm just correcting my earlier comment. So this pertains to the June 4th minutes. This is page 7 of the minutes. There's a highlighted word Daniel. So that's the one.
okay.
Remove.
I
Thank
assume
you.
we'll just vote to take that out and that's included in the, all right, you want to call the roll?
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
Yes.
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Chair Scharf,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Abstain.
Motion carries 6-0 with one abstain.
All right. And that brings us to the Utilities Director's Report.
Yes, I have some updates for the commission. I did want to mention that we do have an approval exchange agreement with the Mid-Peninsula Open Space District. This will allow us access to do the final completion of our utility undergrounding in the Foothills project. So all the way to the top serving AT&T and the FAA. So we're very pleased with that. So staff will be working very diligently to complete that project. I did want to mention, we're also looking at undergrounding up to the service level. So as we looked at all the customers out there, many were already undergrounded. So there's just a handful of customers, including Mid-Peninsula and AT&T and FAA. So we'll be undergrounding those as well. So we'll underground it all the way completely. So we're very pleased with that expansion of those services that we are providing. You may have noticed that staff and city council has been looking to purchase a property for the storage. We have a lot of storage we need for the utility itself. So we're looking at a property within Palo Alto. In the past, we've been leasing property outside in Mountain View for our AMI project, but with Grid Mod coming up, we need to have enclosed storage for our transformers and other equipment. So we're very pleased in moving that forward as well. That will be coming back to council in the future. Just a couple other updates on the legislative and regulatory side. We should be noting that the Congress has passed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, where it has some significant impacts to tax cuts, renewable energy, EV credits, and energy efficiency, et cetera, et cetera. So we are, looking at that and also the impacts of tariffs. So a lot of utilities are taking that into account as we look at our future power purchase agreements. What would that look like? And those impacts. And we'll be having that as part of our discussion today as one of our battery storage procurement projects today. So I just wanted to let the commission know about that. We also are sending out our consumer confidence report for the water utility. It's our 2024 information, but it comes out in 2025. So just to let you know about that as well. And more importantly, our MSC Open House is on Saturday, July 26th. The first one I'll be able to attend. I heard it's a fantastic event, though I don't know if it will match the 4th of July barbecue, or excuse me, chili. I was able to be one of the judges for that event. So it was my first attendance to something so uniquely Palo Alto. So very pleased to be there. And it was a very good turnout as well. So that completes my report.
Thank you. And that brings us to new business, which is the design principles for the gas and electric rates action, the COSA. So do you have a staff report? Oh, no, we do public comment after.
Yes, so I'm going to hand this over to Assistant Director Carla Daly and Senior Resource Planner Lisa Belair.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. While Lisa's getting set up, I just want to make a few opening remarks. Tonight, we will be bringing to you some proposed design principles that are meant to apply broadly to both gas rates and electric rates, both subject to Proposition 26. And we will be asking for your feedback on those design principles. It is best practice to start there, and we did skip that step in the 2025 COSA. And so we are attempting to rectify that this time and spend the time talking about what those principles are. Council did take an action on June 16th and raised gas rates in the same percentage across the board for all customer classes. And so as we're starting this new analysis, that is the baseline from which we are now beginning rates that are in effect today and have been since July 1st. So that new analysis that we're undertaking is looking forward. We do not have results yet to bring to you, although Lisa will be speaking to you about some of the things that we'll be focusing on in this new analysis and some aspects that we'll be looking more closely at and considering. In the case of all cost of service analyses, we will, be looking to allocate costs such that that allocation is fair and that we are not cross-subsidizing between customer classes and that our rates are defensible. A couple of very quick things just to remind you all of, when we're talking about gas rates, we're talking only about distribution rates. The commodity cost is passed through based on market prices each month to all of our customers. They all see the same commodity price regardless of customer class. Also, we will not be directly addressing cap and trade like a climate credit type of thing tonight or in this analysis. That recommendation by staff was very specific to the results of the 2025 COSA. And so it's possible that Council or the UAC might want to think about a climate credit or not in the future, but that is not part of what we are talking about tonight, nor will it be what we are looking to propose in the coming analysis. With that, I'd like to turn it over. Oh, we did put the Finance Committee and Council motions on a slide for you all to just remember what that motion was. If you'd like to be reminded of it or if the public would like to see it. With that, I will turn it over to Lisa.
Do you mind commenting why the council? Do you mind commenting why you think the Finance Committee did what's in the red box and then the council decided in the red box to remand? Could you comment on that real quick?
Well, I would say the Finance Committee, and I'm a little reluctant to put words in the Finance Committee members' mouths, but the Finance Committee was uncomfortable with the impacts to the residential ratepayers, the median customers, and staff and the UAC proposal had been to accept the 2025 COSA and use some cap and trade money as a climate credit to the residential customers. Finance Committee took a slightly different tact and wanted to keep the rate structure as it was, but use a climate credit for the small and medium business commercial customers and to help offset the impact to them of not accepting the 2025 COSA. And then when the item moved to Council kept the Finance Committee recommendation regarding the rates, but decided or voted not to apply a climate credit to those small, medium business customers. And part of that discussion, although not captured in the motion, was several council members were comfortable voting for that with the understanding that staff was going to get a new COSA done in a relatively short timeline.
Just to add one more piece to that, I did want to mention the Finance Committee also wanted to use non-rate revenues first, and then supplement those potentially with the cap and trade funds. So I did want to mention that that was clear in that discussion. And as part of the direction back by Council, our intent was to bring this report and expedite this work for this 2026 COSA, bring it to the UAC and for Council for inaction by the beginning of the calendar year 2026. So that was part of the discussion that we wanted to provide the actual council motions for both for this body.
Continue.
I'm sorry, I forgot. I just want to introduce virtually Amy Bartel. She's our assistant city attorney, so she's joining the meeting remotely. So if you hear a voice from above and it's Amy, you'll know who that is. So my apologies.
I'm happy to be the voice from above. Thank you, Alan. But I'll probably keep my mouth shut and my camera off unless I have something enlightening to offer from above. So nice seeing everyone.
Thank you. Kaylee, can we go to slide 2? So these are the 4 design principles that we are bringing to you for the gas and electric rates. The first principle is to evaluate rates to ensure that they're cost-based. And this really gets at the heart, the goal of any cost of service study to develop accurate and equitable allocations of costs. And all the other rate design considerations that we'll talk about are subsidiary to this first one. The second design principle is to evaluate rate schedules for continuation or redefinition. So in general, this would mean that we're comprehensively looking at all of our rate schedules, all of our rate classes, and seeing if any of those need to be redefined or changed in any way. As it pertains to the 2026 gas COSA that we will be working on going forward, one of the things we're going to evaluate is whether the utilities rate schedule G2, which is the small commercial and master metered multifamily residential customers, whether that class should be subdivided or otherwise redefined, and in terms of when we look at our cost allocation and rate design. And we're also going to need to study the impacts of different customers who use different amounts of energy or have different meter configurations or meter capacities. Design principle 3, if we can go to the next slide, please, is to determine the proper allocation of fixed and variable costs and how those can be implemented in various rate designs. So really, we're looking at our cost allocation across the customer classes and looking at using industry-wide best practices for that, as well as designing rate design. So examining different possible ways that we can design our rates, whether that's continuing with our tiered charges or looking at other rate designs that may be appropriate for each customer class. And then the fourth design principle is to work with our consultant to evaluate and look at and identify other available revenue sources for each of the utilities, whether that's such as non-rate revenue. Next slide, please. This is a timeline. Alan just touched on this a little bit, so I'll be brief. We have a proposed timeline to bring these design principles for the gas and electric rates to the Finance Committee on August the 5th, and then to the Council for the Council to accept them on August 18th. Additionally, as it relates specifically to the gas cost of service study, we are planning to use the design principles accepted by the council and then develop a gas cost of service study, bring that to the UAC in September, Finance Committee in October, Council in November, so that those rates can be effective January 1st, 2026. Next slide, please. And this is the recommendation that we're bringing to the UAC tonight. Staff is recommending that the UAC recommend that the council accept these design principles for the gas and electric rates in alignment with Prop 26. And that's all I have. Look forward to your questions.
All right, now we'll go to the public.
If any member of the public would like to speak on item number 3, please raise your hand or press star 9 now.
Let's do the in-house people first.
Okay, and we do have 2 speakers in-house. Hamilton Hitchings.
Have a seat.
Is the mic on?
Press the button.
I'm going to start. On June 16th, the City Council remanded the gas COSA to the UAC, citing its failure to deliver rate stability, transparency, and climate action. Issues still unaddressed in staff's July 9th draft of the design principles. The Palo Alto Neighborhood letter on June 22nd to the UAC provided a detailed summary of the council's concerns, along with Pan's annotations that included these 5 points. The proposed 49% increase in Tier 1 gas local distribution rates, despite an overall 8.7% distribution rate increase. 2, lack of explanation of what asset allocation and methodology changes were made, why, and how much they impacted it. 3, using cap and trade and LCFS funds for gas rebates instead of their intended purpose of permanent greenhouse gas reduction. 4, shifting 54% of demand-related costs onto residential Tier 1 customers in the draft of the 2025 COSA, moving the burden from high-usage Tier 2 households to basic users and penalizing the city's most efficient gas customers. And 5, replacing the net plant method in place when voters approve Measure L. California Proposition 26 does not require utility rates to be based on the most accurate cost allocation, an inherently subjective and unattainable standard, but instead only that the rates be reasonably related to the costs of providing service. We strongly urge you to avoid creating winners and losers by shifting costs based on different theories about who should now pay for past expenses. When you do, you are creating political problems for City Council. To address the City Council's goals of rate stability, transparency, and climate action, and to satisfy California's reasonable cost standard, we support the revisions to staff's design principles 1 and 4 proposed by UAC Commissioner Utsav Gupta. Thank you.
Anyone else?
We have Jeff L.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Levinsky, Levinsky, and I share the concerns expressed by the City Council and many in the community about the recent proposal for gas rates. And I agree with others that the 4 proposed principles in tonight's staff report do not cover some core issues and will lead to more controversy, wasted staff time, and overspending on consultants. One omission from the principles is the notion of transparency. Let me explain this a bit. I've looked carefully through the 2025 Gas COSA, hoping to understand why it would shift costs from businesses to residents. Page 24 of that COSA offers 5 so-called drivers for the shift, but none of these are transparent. For example, the first driver points out that distribution revenue we need to raise has risen by 171% since 2019-2020. But why does that mean we should charge many residents more and many businesses less? There's no explanation. The third driver says the shift of costs to residents stems from higher meter and billing costs. Well, I couldn't find enough details to work out the meter costs, but I calculated that the increase due to higher billing costs appears to be $30,000 a year to G1. That's roughly $1 per residential customer a year, which hardly explains the huge shift that the COSA proposed. The COSA should include the dollar numbers associated with each driver. For all we know, just one driver is responsible for most of the proposed cost shift, and we should spend our time on that and not on the $30,000 ones. Drivers 2 and 4 have some problems I don't have time to explain tonight, but if you look at driver 5 carefully, it actually seems to argue the exact opposite of what is claimed. It says that there really shouldn't be a rate shift to G1 and G3 customers. Go figure. Now, we all know that if your bill for something spikes up, you should check that there wasn't a mistake. In this case, we're not only the customers, but we're also the owners, and we have an extra responsibility to double check the bill. So I tried. And some city council members tried, and we were all stymied. That's not how it's supposed to work. To fix things, I urge you to include transparency in the principles that you adopt and also articulate what that means. Here are 4 important elements COSA should provide as part of transparency. 1, the reason for each proposed rate change. 2, the magnitude of that change in dollars. 3, enough information so we can trace the calculations. And 4, alternatives. If you can get these added into the 2025 COSA and any future ones, I think the City Council and the public can then do our jobs to compare it fairly against the 2020 COSA. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No additional hands raised.
And no one online?
No hands raised.
All right. So that brings us to City Council, to the commission and discussion. Anyone want to start the discussion? You have to raise your hand. I can't. Okay. Go ahead.
I might as well start the discussion.
Might as well.
My apologies. I had stated I might as well start the discussion. I submitted some thoughts in advance in a memo, and I'd like to cover some background, having followed this issue from our UAC meeting to the 4 meetings before council, the 2 finance committee meetings and the 2 council meetings. When this gas COSA first came before UAC, I think we were at a disadvantage. The COSA report nor the discussion in the budget subcommittee or the UAC meeting thereafter did not detail the significant methodological changes from the 2020 COSA that yielded a 49% increase on tier 1 residential distribution rates, which also turns out to be a bad move for the environment because it penalizes conservation. And we were also not made aware of the city's own policies concerning the use of cap and trade funds. Those are resolutions 9487 and 10,077 that govern the use of cap and trade funds and call for the use of those funds for other purposes, namely reducing greenhouse gas emissions permanently rather than in the form of rebates. We were also under the mistaken impression that we had no choice but to approve the consultant's findings. That's incorrect. In other cities, COSAs are often revised, even rejected or repealed, especially where COSA faces public opposition or it's revealed that there are flaws in it. There is also no mandated timeline under Proposition 26 in which to complete or approve a new COSA, and our current one was updated just in 2022. So when it reached Finance Committee asked critical questions that still remain unanswered. As some examples, Councilmember Burt questioned whether the massive rate hikes for some residents were, quote, due to just a different view of that consultant compared to the consultant we had from the same company that recommended a different methodology in 2020. Councilmember Reckdahl noted the illogical rate differential, stating, quote, the rising tide is only lifting one boat, and I don't understand how the accounting can be so different. He later added, quote, I'm not convinced that the new COSA is correct. I'm convinced the new COSA is new, but new doesn't necessarily mean correct. And again, these quotes are just some examples. I have a broader listing in the memo. These concerns led staff to recommend that the draft COSA be sent back to UAC for further review before being considered for financial year 2027 rates, which is the position now is January 1st, 2026. However, the proposal to use the cap and trade funds to subsidize gas use persisted. This proposal on using climate funds for gas rebates was met with some strong opposition. Councilmember Reckdahl said it gave him the quote unquote heebie-jeebies, and Councilmember Burt noted the Finance Committee's real heartburn over the idea. Ultimately, the City Council rejected the gas subsidy and sent the entire COSA back to us for the detailed analysis it requires. They have asked us for a thorough review. But the process laid out before us tonight falls short of that mandate. We are being asked to approve new design principles that will start a new COSA process without having first done the work that the council requested. More importantly, These design principles are essentially the same inputs as before and don't really answer the council's directives. We still don't have a clear understanding of all the methodological changes from the 2020 COSA or the justification behind them, despite the extensive work done by residents really trying to decipher the COSA that was provided. This process needs to be transparent. These decisions impact our residents and our climate goals. It is our fundamental job to lift the hood, understand the details, and ensure any changes are justified and aligned with our city's values. It's something I believe staff is also aligned on. Starting this process again with the same inputs repeats the mistakes of the past and guarantees that the same concerned residents will be back before the city council asking why nothing has changed. I don't think council will like that. Therefore, I propose the following. We approve the amendments I will propose that have been endorsed by Carbon Free Palo Alto neighborhoods, and many residents and friends of the climate. These changes promote transparency and allow us to be climate-minded within the reasonable cost framework required by Proposition 26. It also eliminates consideration of the ill-conceived notion of using green funds meant to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to instead subsidize gas. Without these amendments, I do not believe we should proceed because then we will just forward the same inputs as before, and that's not what City Council wanted us to do. And of course, setting off this process does not mean we are automatically approving what comes out of it. I think Carbon Free Palo Alto raised an interesting point in their comment earlier this morning, which is we may still choose to decline the proposed COSA because the city is already studying the cost to end gas, an ongoing effort by our SCAP committee. I understand that process may be finished in about 2 years, and we might find as a result of our own process that it may make sense to wait until that study is completed and recommend council to do the same. So therefore, I make the motion that's reflected on the.
Oh, I don't think we're making motions yet. We're gonna have a discussion first.
Okay, so those are my comments, and I will be making a motion to amend these design principles.
Go ahead, Bob.
So I actually think there is enough information in the COSA to kind of figure out what went on and why it was reallocated. And it is, I believe, the average and excess methodology being applied to the equipment, to the things that are in the general plant, which is a large fraction of the distribution cost. So that's moving cost from the relatively flat commercial to residential particularly, which is much more peaky. I personally think this is fundamentally flawed, so I can't accept the new COSA on that basis. We're in a climate where since 2010, our gas usage has been declining according to the material supplied by the UAC. That means, I believe, that our infrastructure is not being fully used. Therefore, taking the excess or the peak as a way to allocate extra cost to a particular group is not justified. It might be justified if we're in a growth scenario, which is where these methodologies are usually applied. But in a scenario where usage is shrinking, it makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, these people are not adding additional cost. In fact, we're not using our distribution resources, assuming they haven't declined, to the extent that we were before. So, I mean, stepping aside from the principles, the part that I guess I react to in the principles mostly is this idea that there's an accurate or best practice way of doing this. There isn't. What we're doing is a fundamentally judgmental allocation. But if we're doing a judgmental allocation where we are assigning to peak costs that they're not really causing, in fact, were incurred long ago, long before many of the people who are using it were, I cannot justify changing a methodology on that basis. And I know that's a little outside the whole discussion here. The other parts of it, you know, the changes, I don't know if I don't feel very strongly about them, to be quite honest. You know, some of them seem like they're just kind of an added burden for staff, but they're kind of a reaction to a process that was not well done and towards trust. So, you know, my thought is I won't be supporting the new COSA. I don't believe it's correct, and I believe it unfairly penalizes one group because it's incorrect.
Can we just have a clarification from staff? When you say you won't be supporting the new COSA, I thought what we're talking about is doing a new COSA. And So I think
I will make it a subjunctive that I will not support a new COSA that says that utilizes an average and excess methodology
so.
to allocate those costs.
I think what I think council's looking for here, at least that is what they're looking for us, is us to say things like what you just said in the design principles. I may not agree or disagree with you, but I think we can't make the determination not to support the new COSA until we at least give design guidelines that say how that should be developed. So I just want to be clear that we're clear on the terminology a little bit. So did that make sense?
I think so. I mean, this is kind of the question is the art of how do we incorporate it without being too specific and say we want a COSA that does X, Y, Z. But
right. No, and I think that's the question, right? How do we, I mean, what I heard is that, there's questions of transparency. There's a question of understanding what goes into this, and it's a black box. I mean, it always has been. I agree with you. So anyway, I'll let other people speak. Rachel.
Yeah, I'll just, my impression of the design principles was that they're very vague, and from reading them, it doesn't give me a lot of confidence that anything would come out any different. So I would support making them more specific, but I also wanted to just echo my lack of full understanding of the COSA methodology, what was different versus last time. Reading through the COSA multiple times, I can see various levers that were claimed to be changed, but there isn't any, computations to support them. I also echo Commissioner Phillips' comment that, if you read about it, residential gas use is going down. Yet the tier 1 estimate forecast was actually up, which goes into the determination of where tier 1 is. So, and it's not clear to me why tier 1 used to be 20 and now the average is higher. Are we actually using more? So these are just basics of how we're setting the tiers. There's not enough explanation of what it used to be, how it was determined the last time, and are we determining it differently now? Is gas usage, higher, and that's why we're estimating it to go higher, which seems unlikely to me. So I guess I'm just echoing, I hear a desire by the council to dig into the details, be able to have transparency to the process. I think the speaker's 4 elements, I would like to see them in there, being the reason for the change in methodology, the magnitude of the change versus the 2020 COSA, the traceability to the drivers, like actually see some numbers, and what are our alternatives. I did like the fact that the design principle had COSAs should also examine all appropriate rate design. So, we were just given one rate design in the one that was given earlier this year. So I do support the addition of, that statement, because I do think we should be reviewing, what are the methodologies, what are the various methodologies that could be used, because to me, it's not clear, like, what was different last time. Are we saying the last one was inaccurate? So I'd be happy to work on building in some of these more specific elements of what transparency might be if people support that.
Anyone down there want to speak? Okay. Chris, you'll pass. Okay. You want to pass or you want to speak?
I have 2 brief comments prefaced by a question. So when we're proposing these COSAs in the staff proposal, is this independently a gas COSA and an electric rate COSA that will be performed separately? Or is there a joint COSA being embarked upon in which we are looking jointly at gas and electric rates as a single kind of energy basis for cost allocation?
At this time, they're separate. And so these guiding principles would apply to both processes, but we're not undertaking an electric COSA now. We're only doing a gas COSA.
Okay.
So I guess I would say that I think these only should, the ones we develop should only apply to gas. I think Bob made an excellent point. I mean, electricity is rising. You know, we're getting more and more electricity. We have less and less gas usage. And so my sense is they're different. I mean, council sent this to us. That may not have been the wisest thing to do, but they did. And so therefore I think we need to do something about it. So I think if I can't tell by looking at the 2017 COSA guiding principles versus these guiding principles versus the last guiding principles, what difference it would make. So I feel like the guiding principles are written by lawyers who want to basically keep it, you know, very vague. And I don't think that's what council wants. And the good thing about the UAC is we're advisory to council, so they don't have to listen to us. So therefore, I think we should go bold. And what I think we should do, and I just want to throw it out there, is have a committee that meets with the consultant and monitors the different things and then reports out at different times to this group to discuss where there are inflection points about which way you would go. I don't understand how else we could do this. And now council doesn't have to do that. But if they want us to look at it and go through it, I don't see any other way to do that. I don't see how we make the COSA transparent. I mean, I appreciate the work that Ustav has done, but I literally, after reading his, and this is not an attack on you, I have literally no idea what that COSA one will look like. And so, I mean, I think if we're going to get into it, the only way to do it is to, you know, have a committee study it with them. And then when the committee thinks that something important is happening and they need, then they have to come back to the UAC on that. And we manage the process with a COSA as we go through it. So because I don't think these design guidelines do anything. I think they're just, you know, they're just there. I have no idea what they do.
It's an interesting idea. I tend to agree. But this will be a months-long process, then working iteratively with staff and consultant. Is that how you see it? And then if so, what's the final product and delivery? Staff needs to deliver a COSA that can be approved by council. I think you had a timeline, was it end of
They
year?
wanted it end of December,
Yeah.
right? And, you know, so we have how many UAC meetings before then?
And then a committee to work offline.
This would clearly delay it with council.
You couldn't get it done by December?
I don't know. I mean, that's really up to staff.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how quickly the consultant works and when they have a first draft, if they could meet with the committee and then the committee could then say, yes, you need to come back to here. Or, I mean, I sort of would leave staff to suggest a process that works for staff. You know, if the goal is to get this by December, but gives us input. And so we know what the levers are and what they're pushing.
Might I offer a couple of comments? This is
Sure,
the voice
Amy.
from above. Hi.
I thought that would get your attention.
You said my name kind of generically, the lawyers, so I felt compelled. But no, I respect what you're saying, and I'll just offer a couple other things. You have a point that the design principles seem a little vague. They seem a little bit generic, and they apply to gas and electric. That's for a reason. That's because the rules of the game that we're playing here are set by Prop 26. Prop 26 isn't that deep. It simply says rates need to be cost-based. I'm paraphrasing. So it applies the same to electric and to gas rates. That's the number one rule. Everything else after that is kind of gloss. That's Palo Alto specific policy additions. You can do that as a city. They can say, look, we need to follow Prop 26. We understand that. There's nothing we can do about that. But Prop 26 doesn't give us a lot of guidance about what cost allocation methodology should we use? How should we divide up different customer classes? What should we do about climate change? Totally silent on all that stuff. So you can add in these additional policy considerations, but if these rates get challenged, what a court will do is say, great, you care about conservation or you want to do credits for this and that and the other thing. That only works in a cost-based rate system. So they're going to look to that first. And if those other policy requirements still fit within that cost-based rate structure, great. Sometimes courts are finding that they don't when other utilities are getting challenged on this kind of thing. So Palo Alto can adopt principles that have these additional policy considerations, but just understand that the farther we go on adding new requirements that aren't in the law, you might end up, and I think you've made this point earlier too, it can get a little tricky to comply with those for the rate making consultant and for staff, and it's going to add time as well, and it's going to add elements that are subject to interpretation. So that adds money and time and potential, problems with defensibility. So I'll just kind of leave it at that. It's just something to think about as you kind of try and weave those ideas into the design guidelines.
So I appreciate that, Amy. And I guess that was sort of my concern, was that if we sit around the table here and put in design guidelines, we may or may not know which levers to push. Whereas if we actually meet with a consultant and then explain as we go through the process with a consultant to the UAC, which levers we wish to push, that's different.
Could I ask a question
Sure, go ahead.
of a lawyer? Why can't we just revert to our previous COSA, which was cost-based and had none of these considerations in it, if we wanted to do so, if we recommended
That's a really
that?
good question, because you feel like, hey, we had one, it worked. Why can't we just keep using that one? The problem is that things change over time. And so you're going to have different customer characteristics, different system characteristics, different capital programs that you want to do, different revenue requirements. As things change, COSAs are supposed to reflect, what is the cost to serve now? And they also are forward looking. Those are basically, you're looking at what's a reasonable estimate of what it's going to cost us to provide service to these customers from here on out. So that is going to be something that shifts over time. And earlier, that I think Commissioner Gupta said, there's no expiration date on how often do you have to do a COSA before it's considered, too old. That's true, but the general rule of thumb is usually if it's been more than 5 years, it's probably time to take a look. Or if you have some really big system change or some huge change in your load, it's probably time to take a look. So using the 2020 methodology may be fine, but you'd want to be able to support that and explain why that's still okay based on today's scenario.
Yeah, I would maybe, again, and maybe we need to get into it more deeply, but my belief is that the change was not inspired by any of the things you mentioned. It was inspired by a simple change in the way the mathematical formula was done in order to shift costs from a flattened, particularly these historic capital costs, from a flattened to a peak and excess methodology motivated by literally none of the things you said. But again, I would love to dig in. Or I wouldn't love to. I'd love to have someone dig in deeper and confirm that.
So I would just say the best way to protect the city going forward to Prop 26 challenges is to update the COSA. Whether or not you end up with methodology A, B, C, or Z, all that could be fine. It's just a matter of take a look, take a fresh look, and update it based on today's inputs. And also be able to explain it. And judges aren't super great at math. So you'll be able to explain it in a way that lay people can understand.
Chair, can I add a comment, please?
Sure, go. Absolutely.
There are things that have changed over the last 5 years. We've experienced inflation and increased costs, and they haven't all of those different buckets of costs have not increased at the same rate. And that to me is one of the main things that has changed and requires a new cost of service analysis, because when you just keep raising rates the same across the board and your underlying costs have increased at different rates, things end up getting out of whack. And so that's a big reason why we feel like we need to do a new cost of service analysis.
Go ahead.
So I have two comments. The first is that I do agree with Commissioner Phillips that the approach, the methodological approach for gas and electric may be different. One is shrinking and one's growing. And to me, there's a fundamental need for the methodology to reflect the different status of those two utilities. That was my primary concern and why I asked the question about whether we were doing a joint cost of service study or not. I think that so I'm concerned that we would apply, the principles are not specific right now, and they're so generic that like whatever, but methodologically we need to differentiate those. Second, I'm a little bit concerned with the proposal that the UAC step in to the role of staff. A subcommittee in this space, I think, risks usurping the very legitimate role that staff have in overseeing cost of service studies. But I do think that we can make it very clear to staff what it is that we would like them to explore as a series of methodological and kind of value-based inputs to that process, right? They have real expertise in managing cost of service studies and should be doing that. They can then bring that to the budget committee and the UAC with a variety of different scenarios and sensitivity analyses. That's my personal perspective. I guess the third thing that I think is worth exploring here is that there may be a need for greater tier differentiation. And I don't know whether that ends up going into cost of service studies or not. But I think that there are actually quite legitimate reasons to, incentivize lower gas usage from a climate perspective. And it may be quite valid to use a greenhouse gas subsidy allocation for ensuring that there are reliability benefits offered to people who fully electrify or almost fully electrify and are thus consuming significantly less gas, even though they're tapping into a system with high fixed costs. You can't do that in a cost of service study, but you can use that rebate approach. So I understand the public's concern with this, but I think that there are scenarios in which that could be a valid approach for very low natural gas users. And one thing to explore in a potential cost of service study is whether there are additional tiers that could be added to reflect desired electrification, such as heat pump water heater adoption, heat pump for space, heating or thermal management, et cetera. So those are just some suggestions for how we proceed, but I realize I may be in the minority.
Chair Scharf, if I could just add, I do appreciate the conversation and discussion. I think as staff, as you look for specific considerations related to the gas cost of service study, that we should absolutely separate those, because to the point, the electric system is growing. And one of the main differences on the electric system, there's self-generation, right? That's really not happening on the gas side. It's a pure supply only. So to the extent that we're making these changes, I think that makes sense. We absolutely want the UAC's feedback in regards to some of the considerations that should go in the gas COSA. Within the guardrails that these are still cost-based rates. These are still the cost of service, and those considerations are necessary. I did want to point out there has been some discussion whether this should go back to the budget subcommittee. I just wanted to also remind the UAC that that was a committee that typically ended at the end of the fiscal year.
I didn't
That's
say the budget subcommittee.
sorry, a budget subcommittee or a separate subcommittee, such that if that is the extent, I just wanted to mention that the budget subcommittee had dissolved. So to the extent that the UAC wanted to have another committee, we would want to define that strictly toward this COSA and not expand it to some to greater ones. So that was my comment. Thank you.
No, I agree.
I think there's been some great ideas discussed by my colleagues here. I think the idea to form a committee or to have the budget subcommittee work on the COSA in a close way with staff is a good one. I think it will help promote transparency and understanding in terms of what methods are being discussed. I also think so. That's one question before us. Should we form a committee and have them work on this very closely? The second question is, what do we do with the design principles tonight? And I don't have a clear sense from my colleagues' comments if there's enough consensus to approve design principles. Some found it vague. There are ideas of adding additional amendments to it. It might be, there's a position that it might be too early and that we should be considering first what has changed and do we need to start a new COSA process at all? And those all might turn into recommendations. Any one of those could potentially turn into recommendations before council. So I am wondering if the better thing to do is, one, we could either try to hash out amendments to the design principles tonight, which might be a lengthy process, and I'm not sure folks are going to be very happy with it. Or we either take this back as a commission and we all think through what are the amendments we'd like and bring them to the body at our next meeting. And I think we should be more deliberate about everything we do about this, because I think that's what council most of all expects from us. I would hate to do this in haste and send something to council that they're not happy with and that they sent back and that causes more issues. So the way I'm personally shaking out right now is we form a committee to once the process has begun, but as a body, all 7 of us, we think through what we'd like to see in design principles. I don't know what's an efficient way to bridge all of those kind of ideas together. But I do wonder if it's too early for folks in this meeting to have really a cemented idea of what they'd like to see. So that's just my comment right now.
Thanks. It would help me at least to understand of your red ink here, and it's not a lot, but what are the most important changes you're making? Because I don't really understand the contours of the debate. Bob's point is compelling, but it speaks to whether we even need a new COSA at all. I didn't hear from Bob anything to do with the 4 methodology, the methodologies. Your memo talks about editing the methodologies. So
sure,
we can talk about. I mean, we got to debate whether to change the methodologies. I haven't heard staff comment on or give a reaction to the proposals, but let me come back to where I started. Utsav, what's the most important change that you're making here? I see reasonable cost as opposed to accurate. Surely that's not the most important one.
Yeah. So actually this is to make the design guidelines fit with the actual language of Proposition 26, which doesn't use the word accurate or equitable. It uses reasonable cost allocation. So that's one change. And just as a note, these changes were a lot of extensive time was spent really tailoring these changes to maintain as much flexibility as possible in the COSA process, but ensuring we had very important things like transparency and climate-minded goals within the context of the reasonable cost standard of Proposition 26. So that's the first change, is making.
Is that objectionable? Is that
You should ask Amy.
I was going to say, can we please ask the lawyer if this change from cost-based to cover reasonable costs while preserving rate structures is allowable? I don't know what preserving rate structures means, by the way.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because I don't want to restate, too much what I already said, but you're right. The Prop 26 talks about reasonable costs. That's really as far as it goes on that point. But once you start adding in, I want to get the language so I know I'm talking about the right thing. So I have it here. Just give me a second. We're looking at the very first design principle where you added that language, evaluate rates to ensure they cover reasonable costs while preserving the rate structure. The trick with that is figuring out what it means. So does preserving the rate structure mean we keep residential and commercial? Does preserving the rate structure mean we keep what we have now? Does it mean something else? That, in order to answer those questions, we start getting deep into the legalese. We've got definitions. We're defining terms. We're making this wordier and more, and a little bit more detailed. I think you can get to a reasonable design principle without locking this in this hard. I think what you want to do is evaluate the rates to ensure that they recover the reasonable cost to provide service, period.
Yeah, if I could comment on that. I agree that Proposition 26 is all about recovering reasonable costs. And I think Amy's right beyond that. It's a thing. We can have more language. It all has to be compliant with Proposition 26. But it's a good point. We want to make sure that the language we add here is well defined. I think folks have focused on the heading. It's explained in the body that revisions will be made only when the existing design demonstrably fails to satisfy
what?
To the COSA.
To the current COSA.
Correct. That's the proposal here. But
what is the current COSA? Just so we're clear.
So we can't provide like pages worth of design principles with all of this detail. We need the concise. I believe we need concise. If we want this and this gets put in front of a judge.
So the red portions are the amendments. The black portions are what's already proposed by the staff. Just to make it clear. So the additions are only a paragraph or two.
So which COSA would we be giving?
So I think, Chair, you're making a great point. What I think we're hearing from our Kylie, Assistant City Manager. What I think you're hearing from the legal team, and one of the reasons why this is written as is that these design principles are not intended to pit one COSA against another. And so, the UAC rightfully is a bit further advanced in the game of this, in the sense that you've seen a draft of something and we're revising that. But the intention is not to establish principles that are saying, okay, these I'm taking from A to B, and these are the things. A COSA is intended to be taken holistically, as Amy stated, as that reasonable cost of delivering services. I think it's fair for the UAC to say, once completed, you would like to see a reconciliation of the, whatever the new allocation methodology is compared to the prior. But I don't think the design principles are intended to be so specific to this process, more so what does a prospective COSA follow?
So just if I might make a point, that the current staff proposal uses the words accurate and equitable without definition. And those are not words that are used by Proposition 26. So if you have that objection, you have an objection to the current staff proposal.
So I just wanted to say, I really appreciated Commissioner Tucker's, because it raised something in my mind, which is the design guidelines are not methodologies. And, I think that's what's confusing to us, is council really wants us, I thought, to understand the methodologies and figure out how to do this. I'll reiterate it. When I looked at the old design guidelines, and I look at what's currently proposed, and frankly, even if we say evaluate rates to ensure they recover reasonable costs and leave it at that, I don't think it matters. I don't think that's what moves the levers. So I don't think arguing about the 4 design principles are what's going to get us where you want to go. I just don't think that. I sort of wish it would, but I think it's more complicated than that. And I think that no one has explained it. You know, I've been on the UAC or on council for like 10, somewhat more than that, like 14 years now. And no one has ever explained how a COSA really works and the nits and, you know, basically it's a black box. They've always said it goes to the consultant does analysis and looks at, you know, this, and then they come out with a result. And, you know, it's been opaque. And if council wants it to not be opaque, well, then we need to do something different. But I have no idea what methodology should go in here. I have no idea if we go back and use the 2020 COSA, whether or not residential rates will double and, you know, and business rates won't. I don't know that. You seem to be convinced they won't.
Well, I am convinced they won't, but I mean, it's almost irrelevant because I think there are two things going on here which are conflicting. One is the design principles, and there's almost an attempt to engineer the design principles to get the COSA to go a certain direction. Whereas, you know, that's a methodological question. It's not something that's covered in the design principles.
Right.
And you can't cover it in the design principles without becoming so directive and probably violating Prop 26 in all sorts of ways that the voice from the heavens would come screaming at us if we tried to do it.
And you're
So we
much
have
more
to somehow
articulate.
separate
That's
those.
what I wanted to say.
And I think that we need to be very careful to keep design principles very general, because if we do make it specific, this is easily challenged.
I mean, if I might add,
Yeah.
and just respond to that, that's literally not what our lawyer told us just earlier. Our lawyer said we can make changes to the design principles. These are the inputs that are going to go to the consultant. This is setting off a new consultant process, right? It's going to go to finance committee. Literally, it's been 2 to 3 weeks since council remanded this question to the UAC. And we're suggesting we're going to send the same design principles to them, not changing them, recommend the same thing to finance committee in a month. I mean, that seems like haste. It seems like that's even more ill-defined. We should change the inputs so that we get different outputs.
So I guess I agree with you, but I think you don't do that through the design principles. I think you do that through changing the methodologies. And, you know, I mean, if Amy was fine with it, I'd be fine with putting, you know, what do we have? Evaluating rates to ensure they are cost-based and were legally permissible, shift cost to business over residential. I mean, you know, we could say
No,
that.
I'm not fine with that.
Oh, you're not fine with that. Okay.
No, I know you know that, but may I add, yes, you can add these design principles, you can add elements like Commissioner Gupta just said. However, as Commissioner Maunder just said, Prop 26 really is the design principle. That's what everything else is going to fall back on. Palo Alto can add whatever it wants to add, but if these rates gets challenged, the court's going to look to what does Prop 26 require? And honestly, these things are getting litigated on a case-by-case basis, and it's hard to predict exactly how things are going to go. So we try and be conservative, equitable, reasonable, fair. All those words are actually okay to use, even though Prop 26 says reasonable. You'll see those words in other cases. They all kind of get to the heart of the matter. So if Palo Alto adds additional design principles that are more granular, it can do that, but you just need to recognize the impact that has on the length of the process, the restrictions on staff and the rate making consultant, and the potential contradictory, you know, statements that the city's going to be in a position to have to defend if these do get challenged.
Do you have a list of other cities that put in their design principles? Do you know?
I've never seen another city do design principles.
So yes, ransom list.
Because you said we could put other things in there, and I'm just curious as to what those other things would be.
Well, I think they're what's in there now. I mean, they're trying to talk about what other types of rate schedules can we look at? Should we look at tiers? Should we look at flat rates? Should we look at time of use? Like that kind of thing, just kind of illustrative examples of what the city might want to do. Should we look at, you know, how fixed and variable costs work? I mean, those are just kind of goalposts within that Prop 26 environment. But I think you don't see a lot of other public agencies adopting this because they just take Prop 26 and run with that. I think sometimes cities too are because there's a lot of lawyers involved, people get concerned about going too far out on a limb and attracting attention. You know, it's hard to talk about conservation and efficiency within the Prop 26 environment. And so you'll see people kind of pulling back from those kind of discussions. That's not Palo Alto's way, and I don't think it has to be that way in Palo Alto. We just have to do that within the Prop 26 world.
That was very helpful. Thank you so much.
So Chair, just I'm hearing the different voices, and maybe I'll throw something out to possibly be shot down, and you can come up with something better. But it feels like kind of these principles, maybe the foundational generic, and there's can be some considerations that you would like if you create a subcommittee to pursue, but it'd be good for as a body as you describe what those areas are to investigate. You know, I'll give you, for example, one of the council members when they referred this back to the UAC was, you know, take a look at maybe be more granular on the customer classes, right, for multifamily residential. So to the extent that this body can say, take a look at these within the confines and guardrails of, you know, rate-based, you know, cost-based rates, take a look at these so you can guide the subcommittee to take that as kind of a launching point for those discussions. That might be beneficial. So we can, you know, move the puck. We can start with that and we can get the additional feedback from the finance committee and the full council.
And that's in design principle too, I believe, so suggested by staff.
Correct.
So is there anything like in design principle two for the upcoming gas coast, the review should evaluate whether utility rate schedule serving small commercial and master metered should be subdivided? You know, I see those are the kind of things I think that staff's looking for, right? Staff would like to know, are there other things like that they would like us to take a look at? Can anyone think of that?
I mean, my earlier point about primarily electrified homes, I don't know whether it's possible to look at ultra low consumer and have a different class for ultra low consumers, but I can see value in looking at that.
On the theory that
While a cost of service study might allocate very high, would equally allocate costs across all connection points and billing and et cetera, that having a tier in which you differentiated very ultra low consumers would in fact allow you to use a natural gas, a carbon subsidy to help offset some of those costs for ultra low consumers. For instance, if you are a consumer that only has an outdoor gas grill, I don't know, maybe you want it because that's where you do your, you don't want to buy propane, okay? Fine. And you determine that that's because their consumption is so low, or they only have a gas fireplace and that's just backup heating in case electric power outages occur, that might be a class of customers worth subsidizing because they are consuming more carbon-free electricity. I don't know, it just, as a theory, I have no idea whether it would affect, how it would affect rates, but it's the kind of thing that I think there's a real differentiation in those customers that I'm hearing from public comment as well, that gives us an opportunity. And we know we have a way to subsidize that type of consumer.
We can definitely look at that. I wanted to just throw out one idea just for you to consider and we consider when we're looking at these types of rate designs, that tier customers who use a lot of gas are not necessarily wasteful and wealthy users. So just to make sure everybody remembers that, a lot of times low-income customers have many, many people living in a household and might have quite high energy use. And so you didn't say that, but I just want to make that clear to all the commissioners as you're thinking through the tier 1 versus tier 2 type of users.
And you could have a situation where wealthy users have the money to replace for the heat pumps and do all of that and spend the $60,000 or whatever it is to electrify your home.
Well, I guess my only point is like, we don't want to create disincentives to electrification. And I think one of the concerns is that they're embedded in large rate increases is a disincentive. There's a possibility of some disincentive to electrification.
Could I ask, there's been public comment and letter about multifamily homes, and then in the staff report in the presentation, obviously they're linked in one class to small business, I think. I'm sure there's nothing new under the sun. You've probably thought about splitting those two groups apart. Is that a useful new class that we should be considering?
It might be, and that actually is under staff's proposed design principle too. And then, yeah, just to be clear, those are the master metered multifamily. So there are quite a few of them in Palo Alto. They tend to be kind of the smaller multifamily units that have those master meters. And we don't know what the result of that analysis would look like, but it's something that we would like to take a closer look at.
I wanted to point out one thing, which is there's an addition that Commissioner Gupta made about just transparency. And I think if I think back to why we're having this discussion, it's really that the numbers came out very different from last time, and we don't have good understanding of why. And so I do think it makes sense to, we're going to need to have a justification for why with numbers, right? And so if we can't follow the numbers in the cost of service and it ends up being a lot different the next time, we're going to have the same problem again. So I would like to, I think the design principles seem like the right place to put in that we want transparency to the numbers. Like, why did the calculations turn out to be what they are? Maybe we agree with them. Who knows? But we don't know because we can't see them in the current one. So I would support adding something in here, if this is the right place to put it, so that the expectation is that there is an explanation for the changes with backup, which is, quantitative backup on why things are the way they are. So that would be like maybe it's any methodological change or methodological changes must be explained, and either shown by side or shown computationally against what they were in the previous COSA, so that we may debate them or understand them prior to approving them.
May I add a little bit here? So I understand the transparency, request, and that is something that as a public agency, the city does its work in public. We're all sitting here in a Brown Act meeting talking about these issues. And so that should be a given, that we're doing our work, such that the public can understand and comment on it and provide feedback. With rates, it puts the city council in a difficult position if we're bringing multiple options to them and also trying to explain to them that all of them are somehow reasonable and valid. That can be tricky to do if you're looking at 3 different methodologies with 3 different rate structures, for example, and saying, yep, any of these 3 would be fine, and here's why. You want to bring rates to council that they can validly adopt. And I think that's why the process in years past has focused on one methodology, one rate structure, and justifying that. When you set up alternatives, you're also kind of drawing out winners and losers, because not everybody's going to be satisfied with every alternative. So I would caution the staff and the rate making consultant and the commission to be a little careful about bringing too many options, because it's a lot to justify. And in theory, there should be one that is the right, reasonable option for the scenario that you have at this time.
And Chair, if I might just echo what Amy's saying and bring it a step further. Oftentimes, let's not even take rates. Let's take a policy matter before council or even this commission. You'll find that staff will bring forward multiple options, and you will often find that the commissions or council members will say, I want to take this piece of A, I want to take this piece of B, and I want to take this piece of C. And then can you make some adjustment that morphs A, B, and C in this D way? And so bringing something forward in this manner with these alternatives, oftentimes what you'll find is these are going to be packages, and that tendency, it's going to be really frustrating for folks because you're going to start choosing assumptions, and with that comes winners and losers, frankly, as Amy just articulated. And so I think that's one of the things staff is trying to caution the commission and with council ultimately on how to navigate that in a way that enables the UAC and council to dive deep, frankly, into these studies. And we are a public body, but also manage that desire to kind of curate something that may ultimately end up in a really weak defensible position.
So I hear what you're saying, but
Yeah.
there are winners and losers. And I guess the choice is staff going to pick the winners and losers by working with the consultant, or is a public body going to have some input into that? And, I would push back and say, as a former council members understand if Amy says to the council members, this is a menu, you can choose A, B, or C. You may not mix B and C. I would assume that 9 times out of 10, they'll listen. And you might have a rogue council that doesn't do it, but then they'll get sued and they'll lose. And, those are the consequences.
And if I could just add to that, I think the transparency point is also more about understanding what all the changes are even. I don't think anyone actually has a full accounting of all the changes between the 2020 current COSA and the proposed 2025 COSA. I think the consultant has started work on figuring out all of those changes, but I don't think there is a full accounting of that currently. And there's no justification for why those changes are made. So I think that's what undergirds this transparency point, is we need to know what the changes are and why they're being made or recommended.
Can I help bring us to closure by saying that I do not think that we need to change the design principles that staff has laid out, but I do think that we need to change the process by which we arrive at and work with the consultant to arrive at a COSA. So I move to approve the design principles as originally presented by staff. And after that, I don't know if that closes this out, but in addition,
It has to be an addition, no
okay.
one's going to vote for it.
in addition, I am supportive of, or I propose that we form a committee to work with staff and the consultant to explore and ensure transparency around the implementation of those design principles in the calculation of a gas-specific COSA.
Can I just add regular check-ins with the full body?
Absolutely.
Can I speak to the motion?
Sure.
I'll second it.
I'll probably not support it exactly, although I like the
Please
spirit
modify.
of it. I would support having no design principles whatsoever. Because I don't think they add anything.
Yep.
Based on what I've heard from the lawyer, substantive to this process. I don't like some of the wording, like accurately and equitably, which Commissioner Gupta pointed out is not in Prop 26. And, I don't know what it adds. So, I won't be supporting the motion
Well, let's wait.
necessarily, but or let's say I would prefer not to
Yeah.
have any design principles.
Let's ask the attorney whether or not we could not have design principles and just, and yeah, we can see that principle.
Yeah, can
And
we
You don't
have
need to
like,
have them.
26.
You already have the design principle. It's in Prop 26.
Right, so we don't
Great.
need to have further design principles.
Then I retract my motion, or can I modify my motion?
Modify your motion.
I propose
May I
we
ask
use,
one question? I'm sorry to interrupt because it has to do with your motion, actually.
Please,
You mentioned a
please.
subcommittee. You mentioned a subcommittee. Would that be a Brown Act body or a non-Brown Act
A
body? 'Cause
non-Brown
there's ways
Act
to
body.
set it up one way or the other.
It would be a non-Brown
Okay.
back body, three are here on this, and then we'd have regular check-ins so that any decisions are not made by the committee. They're made in public and they're made transparently.
It's temporary. It's a single purpose, which you should
Yes.
define, and it should be a limited time period.
Yes, all of that.
And will we have instructions for the committee?
I think the committee would work with the consultants and staff and then they would have regular check-ins with this body.
and I think that's the extent of the instruction.
Right, that's.
So can I clarify, our legal advice is that we do not need to have these design principles?
That is correct.
Okay.
It's your call. You can have them or not have them legally. Either way is okay. But just understand that Prop 26 is your main design principle, whether you take any action on these or not.
Okay. So is there a motion on the table?
She's trying to craft one, and with Commissioner Phillips is going to have to second it, so they're working it out.
Does- Are we still restarting a consultant process though? So maybe the first question for the committee should be whether or not we need a new process. And that's something that I could support, is if the committee, if we're declining design principles, saying we're clearing the deck when it comes to design principles, we're forming a committee to review this issue. And the first question for this new subcommittee is whether or not we need a new COSA to begin with. Because I think that's a fair question. Do we need a new one? And I think there's context in which we might not need a new one. In 2 years, we're going to get an SCAP report on the cost of retiring the gas utility. At that time, that's a major structural change to the gas utility. At that time, it may make more sense. But maybe that's the question that the subcommittee could answer.
Could I get the lawyer's advice from above on whether it is possible to or legally risky to ignore a COSA that is more recent than the 2020 COSA?
We'd be on
That's a
the
good
25
question.
If we don't do a new one. No?
Prop 26 is silent. It doesn't give an answer, and the cases don't give an answer on when you have two, what do you do? But when you read the cases and how the courts have gone, I can read between the lines, and in a common sense approach as well as the legal approach, updating the COSA is the best way to protect the city against Prop 26 challenges. It's been 6
agree.
years, and it's time to take a fresh look. I would recommend that be the approach.
And
Whether
I'll
the
just
methodology is this, that, or the other, the chips can fall where they may on that.
Thanks, Amy. And also just that is council's direction, frankly. Council didn't say shelve it. Council said, let's relook at the assumptions that are in this 2025 data-driven version. And let's make sure that the assumptions are most accurately aligned. And they also did this knowing that they wanted new rates done in January because of the time and risk associated with and so I don't say that to pressure folks to continue or move something at a faster pace. I say that because if nothing is done, the status quo is not to fall back on the 2025 COSA. The current status is that we are in the 2020 with general cost escalations associated with the system. So I just want to make sure folks are aware of where we stand and what happens with inaction versus action.
Can you restate the motion and then see if Bob agrees?
I am going to restate the motion, which is that we move forward with Prop 26 as our design principle, and that we form a non-Brown Act subcommittee to work with staff and the consultant to develop a new 2026 COSA.
I second that motion.
Okay. Any comments on that motion?
Just a clarification, a new 2026, what? Is it just for gas? Are we talking about?
Just for.
Thank you. Gas COSA.
All right. If there's no more discussion,
I have a discussion point on the motion. So I'm not sure this does what council wants us to do, which is to, before we start a new process, really figure out what went wrong with the old process and make adjustments to it. We are starting off a new consultant process without direction, not changing any of the inputs and expecting different outputs. We have an opportunity here with design principles that are before us to change the inputs. And it's legally permissible for us to change the inputs within the context of Proposition 26. So that's something that's before us, and that's something in our prerogative. We can choose to change the inputs, for example, to make sure that we no longer consider using cap and trade funds to subsidize gas, because that's currently in the current staff proposed design principles. We can change the design principles to make sure that that when we study these changes, we can look at the climate effects of those changes. If we restart this process right now without any guiding design principles, that may not happen. So before us is an actual opportunity for this body to actually guide the next COSA design process. And if we essentially relinquish that, we aren't really serving our role or what council wanted us to do, which was figure out what are all the changes, make sure it's more climate friendly, and propose something to council. So I will object and vote no to the current motion. I don't think we should be just doing plain Proposition 26 and getting the consultant started on designing a new COSA without giving them new inputs. And I think those inputs are reflected in the memo that I think are a minimum. And I think other commissioners noted other inputs that they'd like to see, including 4 principles that were from the member of the public. So that's my comment on the current motion on the table.
Any other comments?
Question for Utsav. You've used the word consulting process a couple of times. I assume what you mean is just we got to rehire the consultant and start the clock again, pay money. Is that what you mean by that? And then I have a follow-up.
Well, by approving the design principles tonight, we are starting a new COSA design process with the consultant. So that's what we're recommending approval of to the Finance Committee.
Okay. Can I infer then that you don't like the idea of erasing all the principles? You want to keep you want to keep principles. In fact, you want to improve them, whereas the other approach would get rid of written principles and simply fall back on the proposition, Prop 28, I think it is. And you don't like that idea?
That's correct. And I think that's the opposite of what council wanted us to do. I think council had lots of questions they wanted answered.
Council just wants a better COSA.
Yeah, I think so too. I would say that perhaps what you would like to achieve would be, rather than trying to bake it into these principles, which I don't think where I think it belongs, would be guidance from this to the subcommittee, from this group to the subcommittee as it goes into the process regarding this particular COSA. I mean, I think the cap and trade, quite frankly, is a dead duck. I don't think we need to write it into a principle or anything else, nor do I think we need to say this is something that is going to have future COSAs. I think it's very specific to the gas COSA that we're doing now. So my belief is there's input you'd like to give. I'm sure the subcommittee, whoever the heck they may be, would be happy to receive that input.
All right, are we ready to vote? You want to call the roll?
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
I'll vote yes.
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Chair Scharf,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta,
No.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
I would just quickly like a show of hands of who would like to be on that committee.
I'm willing to, and I'd be willing to be on the committee in part because we've talked about the word transparency, and Greg, you've used the word black box, and I don't see, I did not go and study the COSA from the April meeting. Kudos to you, Rachel. But there's just no reason that COSA should be black box, and we should be able to explain why it is giving us the numbers it gives. So I'd be on the committee just because of that.
Okay,
And I can be on it as well.
Bob can do it.
Does Bob want to do it?
No, I'm not choosing people. I just want to know what the version.
I would be happy to do it.
I just want to know. What I've heard is that Commissioner Metz and you do not, and you don't want to be on.
I am serving as vice
So,
chair.
yes, I've heard that. Let me think about it and, no, and that's totally fine. There's more than enough people who want to do it. I just didn't want to put someone who doesn't want to do it on the committee. Okay, let's move on to the next item.
Have we selected members of the subcommittee?
Before we leave it, I do want to thank Utsa for writing this up and taking the time.
Yeah,
So
thank you for doing that.
just understand, how are we selecting the subcommittee?
That's how it's.
Was that the motion that the
No.
chair would select the?
Chair always go.
Oh, okay.
So while you're transitioning to the next item, I'll probably take my leave because I'm in New York and it's getting a little close to witching hour.
Hey,
out
thanks,
here.
Amy. You were fantastic.
Well, I hope
Really
that was
appreciate it.
helpful. And if you have questions about the battery storage agreement that's on the agenda next, I can stick around, but I think that one's pretty straightforward.
Thanks, Amy.
So, thank you, everyone. I'll talk to you later.
And yes, I did want to thank Gustav for his memo. I really think you put a lot of work into it and it's appreciated. All right, let's move on to the next item. We usually take a break at some point. Do you guys want to take it now or do you want to take it after the next item? Later. Okay, later. Let's move on then.
So the next item is our new battery energy storage project, the Trolley project. I did want to mention that our intent was actually bring 2 contracts to the UAC. I did mention it at the last UAC meeting. Unfortunately, that project with a solar and battery did not go through. So I did want to mention that for the public. It is in the staff report and some of that detail. I believe we have Carla Daly is going to kick this off. And then with Jim Stack, I believe he's online, even though I don't see his name there. But I think he's going to go through the presentation.
Yes. Jim, are you online?
I don't see him.
Strange. Jim, can you hear us?
Don't hear him. So what we're going to do, we're going to start as staff here, and then hopefully if Kaylee, he can join us, or we can hunt him down.
Sorry, I'm here, Alan.
Oh, you're not on East Coast time, so. Right. Thanks, Jim. Can we bring up the presentation?
Yeah, go ahead, Jim. We're pulling up the presentation right now. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, commissioners. I can share my screen too, if that would be easier.
Yes, please. Go ahead and do that, Jim.
Sure, okay. All right, sorry for the delayed start. My name is Jim Stack. I'm a senior resource planner, and I'm here to present energy storage contract for your consideration tonight. If approved, this would be the city's first ever energy storage agreement. So we're excited to share this with you and get your feedback on it. I want to start by kind of describing the process that we went through to bring this contract together and bring it before you, and provide a little context as well around changes we've seen in the last few years in terms of the city's load, our other contracts that we have, and kind of more market-wide trends we're seeing in terms of interconnection timelines and policy uncertainty that's going on right now at the federal level. It's having quite a big impact on our industry right now. So we're bringing this contract to you together from the NCPA, Northern California Power Agency. A little over a year ago, they issued an RFP for renewable energy and storage contracts, and what they came up with was almost 30 contracts or 30 proposals were received. They were all from solar or storage or solar and storage contracts or resources. So unfortunately, we didn't see the type of diversity we would like. We were hoping to see some other, baseload renewables or wind or something like that. But unfortunately, that was what we received. And so after going through the evaluation process on those, we arrived at a smaller number that we started pursuing, including the one we're bringing forward tonight, the trolley project, as well as a couple other solar projects. One was a solar only, one was a solar and storage resource. But over the last month or so, the latter two have kind of fallen away, and I'll explain a little bit more about that as we go forward. But the reason we were pursuing a couple of solar resources was because we've seen pretty significant load growth over the past few years. As I think you're all aware, we've had some data centers coming in, and we've seen 12% load growth from the bottom that we hit during COVID in 2022 until last year. We've seen substantial load growth, and we're kind of projecting some increased load continuing going forward due to electrification and additional data center projects. And then, of course, we have some of our legacy contracts that we signed in the 2005 or so, 2010 timeframe that are starting to get ready to expire in the next coming years. And then kind of bigger picture, the industry as a whole is kind of going through some challenging times with projects that are coming online, having a difficult time getting through the interconnection process that the ISO, the independent system operator, has an extensive backlog of resources trying to get onto the grid. And it takes 5 to 6 years now to go from joining the interconnection queue to actually coming online and beginning operation. So that's creating some challenges. And then, of course, as you're all aware, the federal budget bill that was just passed last week has really created some additional challenges, especially for solar and wind resources, in terms of reducing or kind of eliminating the tax credits that are available to them within the next year, and adding some additional uncertainty for other resources as well around some other provisions that affect whether the tax credits can be utilized by projects. There's also, of course, the tariff uncertainty as well, which is having a big effect on solar and storage, because a lot of that comes from countries that are pretty heavily impacted by the tariffs that are being discussed right now.
Carla, Alan, is it okay to ask questions after each slide, or do you want me to wait till the end?
You're welcome to jump in.
It would just help if you could. Could you back up one slide to where we were?
Sure.
I'm simply trying to understand what you're really saying by pointing some of these things out. For example, is the fact that interconnect takes so long, is it trending worse? Does that mean we should be or should not be leaning more towards battery storage? Same question with your point about federal policy. Is the pricing impact making it more expensive, or I know it's uncertain? And the last question is up at the top. Are all these proposals ones that we sought out?
So taking the latter one first, all these proposals came into NCPA and they were available to all the members of NCPA. So more than a dozen utilities, in addition to Palo Alto, had a chance to pursue any of these proposals. We ended up just only, finding a few of them that we were really attracted to, that seemed really competitive and that we pursued.
Thank you. The other ones?
The other questions you had, I'm trying to kind of explain why we had a hard time kind of choosing how many projects to go after, and kind of explain why one of them we pursued pretty aggressively, a solar and storage project. And we were close to the finish line on the contract negotiations. And then about 2 weeks ago, it just everything kind of fell apart. And it's related to the fact that there's so much uncertainty at the federal level and due to interconnection delays, which create some uncertainty about, when the project will come online. And based on that, what level of tax incentives will be available to it, which creates a lot of uncertainty for the sellers in terms of getting financing for it. And then they kind of want to share some of that risk with us. And some other members of NCPA were not willing to, accept the terms that they were proposing for that sharing of risk around some of those provisions. So
Thank you. I did not understand that NCPA sort of brought us a menu or projects we had the opportunity to opt into. There might be one other background item, and your staff report links to a 2017 or 19 study by staff or CPAU that really puts a giant thumb down on battery storage. It's like, we've looked at it and we've decided BESS is not for us. And I read that with some confusion, but maybe we'll come to it later. You don't need to comment
Sure.
unless you want to.
It might be helpful now to discuss that. So yeah, I think you're referring to our integrated resource plan from 2018, which came up with did a study of the market and our projected load growth over the coming years, and looked at our portfolio and tried to come up with a recommended plan for how to meet our load needs going forward. And it essentially only recommended adding storage to the portfolio, I think in the kind of the late 2030s or early 2040 timeframe. And that was done, that study was done a few years ago. And at the time, the storage prices were not very competitive. And I think market prices, because there was less solar on the grid at the time, market prices were less favorable to, or I guess storage resources weren't able to earn enough revenue from charging during the middle of the day and then discharging in the evening. There was less of a price differential that they could kind of take advantage of there. And so at the time, those resources were not recommended. But dynamics have changed recently, and a lot more solar has come on the grid in the last few years that have kind of exacerbated the duck curve issues and made storage more attractive.
So Jim, I'll just take it at a high level. Several other utilities had very similar findings when they had to do these reports as well. And as you see in the report, there are multiple utilities now find it favorable to enter in these agreements, so that the economies have changed. Jim has a breadth of detail in that regard, but several of our larger partners are also joining in on this. So this is a project that the trolley one, all the major members are joining into this because they find it favorable as well.
Thanks. All right. So moving along, well, our recommendation tonight is to sign up for a 50 megawatt slice of the trolley project. That's a battery energy storage only project. Until a couple weeks ago, we were also recommending moving forward with a slice of a solar plus storage project. But as I mentioned, that contract just fell apart over the past several days or so. So we are going to shift gears, and I can talk a little bit more about what our plan is for acquiring additional renewable generation as we go forward. Just to touch a little bit more again, I know there's been a lot of interest in our load growth that we've seen here in the past few years and what our projections are going forward. What I'm showing here is basically a slide that we presented during our IRP process in 2023. The stacked areas are from the IRP presentation, showing the different kind of the major sources of our load, including data centers and electric vehicles and electrification in buildings. And then the dotted red line at the top shows what our current projection is, or our current actual load growth over the past few years, and then our projections going forward. So you can see that up through 2025, our actual load has tracked pretty closely with what we are projecting in terms of that kind of steep upward turn in overall load. And we're kind of still projecting an increase going forward that roughly matches what we were presenting during our IRP process. So I hope that alleviates some concern that we haven't been prepared for the load growth that we've seen over the past few years, because we were anticipating it, and it's kind of coming online pretty close to what we had been projecting a few years ago.
I did have a question about this slide, if this is an appropriate time.
Sure.
I remember seeing recently in some context, and I don't remember when, and maybe Commissioner Croft remembers this too, that we saw a load growth projection with like really wide error bars. Like it showed a maximum load growth projection going way off the charts. Is this the same load growth projection as that one, or a different one? It might have come up in our TOU discussion, recent TOU discussion, but I'm not
Yes,
sure.
I think I know what you're referring to. I think that's kind of the upper line, the higher load line was, I think, a kind of a sensitivity case that we were looking at. And it's a possibility if we get, significant amount of new data center growth and more aggressive electrification. I think it's the dotted line here is a lot lower. It's what we're currently it's kind of our expected case. But we have taken a look at different scenarios as well, and tried to figure out how that would impact us, and how we would meet that if it came to pass. I think we evaluated a high load scenario like that when we were kind of pursuing the second transmission line. So we had to show the ISO that we had kind of a potential for significant load growth that we would need to provide access to kind of justify the new transmission project. So that might be where you saw that as well.
Oh, thank you. So would you say this is like like our current understanding of load growth, revised since that last chart?
Yeah, I think so. I think, but again, there's a lot of uncertainty about what load will be in 2030 or 2040. So we're obviously tracking this very closely, and we'll continue to revise it.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. So now moving on to the details of the trolley contract. So it's an energy storage agreement between NCPA and the seller is a company called IPA Energy. They're developing several different storage resources down in Southern California, including Trolley, which is going to be roughly a 400 megawatt project consisting of 4-hour energy storage. NCPA members have collectively signed up for tentatively about 320 megawatts of the 400, including Palo Alto's 50 megawatt proposed share. Other big participants, Santa Clara is going to be the kind of majority stake in the project. I think they're signing up for about 200 megawatts. And then other members, including Lodi, Redding, and Alameda, are signing up for smaller shares as well. It's a 20-year contract term that'll be projected to start in June of 2029. The contract price that is in that we've negotiated is $12.71 per kilowatt month. Although there's an asterisk there, and due to all the uncertainty around federal tax incentives and tariffs and supply chain issues, they, like most other sellers in the market right now, have kind of negotiated a little kind of flexibility around that term. And so in this contract, what that means is they can come back to us within the next year if they have found that their costs have gone up, and that those cost increases are due to changes in tax law or supply chain issues, including tariffs. And so right now their wiggle room is up to a 6% increase, which they can receive if they go through an audit process and an independent evaluator shows or kind of verifies that the cost increases that they are projecting are real and are attributable to the acceptable or allowed reasons in the contract.
Excuse me, Jim, I had some clarification questions on this page.
Sure, go ahead.
The 50 megawatts, does that mean 50 megawatts for 4 hours per day or something else?
Yeah, that's essentially right. The contract will allow us to charge and discharge, kind of cycle the battery one time per day on average over the course of the year. We can actually go up to 1.5 times per day on any given day, but you have to do an average of one cycle per day over the course of the year. And yeah, you can charge it for 4 hours and discharge it for 4 hours, or some combination. You can do an hour here, an hour there. But that's essentially correct.
Okay. And then the contract price, 1271 per kilowatt month, as I do the math, that's like $17 and change a megawatt hour. Is that correct? I've never seen kilowatt months before.
Yeah, so storage resources and like RA capacity resources are priced typically in dollars per kilowatt month because they don't charge on the energy going in or out. We're basically we're kind of leasing the battery, and how much we use it is kind of up to us, up to the contract limits.
Okay.
So yeah, we're essentially paying kind of a flat rate per month based on how much capacity we have signed up to lease from the seller, and then how much we use it or not, and how much we pay for the energy that we have to pay for the energy that we charge the battery with, and we receive revenue for the energy that we discharge to the grid. Kind of all that is up to us, but we kind of pay this flat amount based on how much capacity we've signed up for.
Okay, I understand. So it's the 1271 per kilowatt that we've signed up for, and we've signed up for 50,000 kilowatts, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We pay that amount every month.
Okay.
Can I ask? Oh, sorry.
And then also you said we have to pay for the energy that we put into storage. We also have to pay transmission charges, right? To get it from Southern California here.
No. So we pay transmission based on all the load that we bring into the city at our city gate connection. We don't pay any transmission costs for any of the resources that we have out on the grid. We only pay for the load that we receive here in Palo Alto.
Okay. So anything we have to pay for the electricity, put it in the storage, and then ship it here, and anything that comes in the city gate is we pay the transmission access. Okay.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. And is there any concern about congestion? Because obviously we're doing this to buy the energy when it's plentiful and use it when it's needed. Since this is so far away, is there any concern about congestion?
I would say that based on the location, congestion actually works in our favor, because this is down in San Bernardino County, where there's just tons and tons of solar development. A storage resource like this actually helps to alleviate congestion. And all the solar that's down there kind of results in, very, very low prices during the middle of the day, and then you get much higher prices at the end of the day. So storage resources really do well down there in terms of taking advantage of the price differential. So that's why yeah, this is a great location to have a storage resource.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Okay, so about how to think about this. From what you said, I was assuming someone else is managing this battery, but are we actually taking an active role in deciding when we're purchasing and when we're discharging the battery?
Yeah, so NCPA will actually be making those decisions about charging and discharging. They'll be the scheduling coordinator for the resource.
Got it. So basically, this is like an arbitrage it's an investment in a battery. This isn't like Palo Alto needs energy at 6 p.m. tonight, so we're going to discharge our battery and use it. That's not how this is. This is literally an arbitrage opportunity, and we are funding we're investing so that additional storage gets added to the grid. Is that kind of a way to think about it?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to think about it. I think our attorneys might blush at the term arbitrage, but I think this is an investment in a resource that'll be beneficial to the grid, and it'll help mitigate the city's exposure because of our portfolio, which is so full of solar resources. It'll kind of mitigate our price exposure to those low midday prices and then the high evening prices.
And, does this make any change to the way we operate in our own purchase of power? So say we're in a peak hour in the evening and we have to buy some power from the market. This doesn't really affect that, does it? We still need to buy it.
Correct. Yeah, we'll still make all of our decisions kind of independent of this based on the city's actual load at the time. So there's not going to be, kind of a physical connection between this resource and the city of Palo Alto. This is more of an investment, a hedge against, market price risk.
Got it. And then given that there's so much uncertainty right now around tariffs and taxes, is there more risk than the 6%? Like have they already contracted for the batteries? Are they here, or is it way out in the future? Can you talk a little bit about the risk to the price?
Yeah, good question. I know they have not gone out and made any big purchases yet for this project because it's still 4 years into the future. They'll probably actually, buy the actual hardware sometime in the next year or two, probably. So yeah, there is still a significant risk around the price, and it's potential. There's possible that when they actually go out to purchase everything, prices have gone up even further, and this 6% additional cost increase or contract price increase will not kind of cut it for them financially. And if that is the case, they'll come back to NCPA and the members and discuss that with us, and we will have a chance to either renegotiate potentially to a higher rate or simply walk away and try to find something else to meet this need.
If I might, oh, my apologies. If I might add to Commissioner Croft's questions, if for example we start construction with this group, and for some reason construction fails, the organizer defaults, what are our off ramps in that circumstance, and what is the financial risk to the city?
Yeah, so if the developer starts developing the project and they end up, kind of defaulting on the contract at a later date, there is some financial protection in the contract. They are required to put down a pretty significant deposit. I think I want to say it's in the order of like $20 million for NCPA's share of this resource. If they end up defaulting, we would get to basically keep all that money and use that to, go out and sign up for another resource to fill this gap that the project failure resulted in.
Thank you. And then following on from Commissioner,
there is going to be time for questions.
My
apologies.
apologies.
Right. They're supposed to just be on a particular slide, because we do have members of the public that may want to speak, and then we're supposed to come to us for questions. So let's hold all the questions till the end. Go finish your presentation, Jim.
Sounds good. Thank you, Commissioner. So we've talked about the contract price and the kind of uncertainties around that, or the flexibility on that. At the 1271 per kW month level, our 50 megawatt share would result in an annual cost of about $7.6 million to Palo Alto. But looking at the value that this resource presents, we've already discussed, the kind of the energy differential value, buying at low price periods and selling at high price periods. That generates a significant amount of revenue. And then in addition, this is a fully deliverable resource, which means we can count it towards our resource adequacy compliance needs. And that's another market that has where there's a lot of revenue or a lot of value to the city. So adding all those value streams together, our analysis shows that, at the current price, it would result in a net value of about $8 per kilowatt month to the city, or $2.8 million per year. Of course, there's a huge amount of uncertainty around that, given that we don't really know what energy prices or RA prices will do 20 years from now. But that's our current best estimate of the net value of the resource will provide to the city.
I'm sorry, I know we're supposed to hold questions, but when we look at a PPA, we're accustomed to thinking of the cost per kilowatt hour. And all these metrics are essentially the rental to rent the capacity. And it does not include the power that goes into the battery, which we have to pay for, or maybe we pay for the power when it comes out of the battery. But in one sense, it's like Commissioner Croft said, this is you can think of it as an investment, but in another sense, we're buying power. And I struggle to see what the price per kilowatt hour is that we'd be paying here.
So I would suggest we actually have in the deck, we talk about what this is for in resource adequacy. So I would suggest that maybe we go through the completion of the slides, because I think you're anticipating the next slide. So I want us to kind of go through that, finalize that deck.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. This next graph shows the city's load resource balance for energy on an annual basis. So you can see the solid gray line at the top is our projected load, and then the dotted line above that is our higher scenario, which Commissioner Gupta we discussed that as well. You can see the solid bars, the areas kind of tailing off into the future as some of our older resources, so the contracts start to expire. And so the light green areas show that we have a gap that begins to form around 2029 and grows over time. And so we do have some plans to meet that gap. We're pursuing NCPA will be issuing another RFP for renewable and storage resources probably early next year, and we'll be actively participating in that process again. We've also learned about some other projects that might be available to us through some other NCPA members who have contracted for them in the past and now have maybe contracted for a little bit more than they think they may need. So we are going to be discussing those opportunities as well with those members. But it's certainly a very uncertain time with the recent legislation that just passed, and everybody's trying to figure out, what that will do for different types of resource classes. But we are also actively starting to pursue discussions with some of our existing suppliers around extending some of the contracts that are currently slated to expire. So some of these bars may not drop quite as far as they're shown to in this graph here. Any questions on this one?
Jim, don't ask for questions.
Keep going, Jim.
All right. This is a similar graph showing our resource adequacy balance. And on this graph, you can see that we look much better. The total need in the dark gray line. We currently have a surplus of RA capacity in our portfolio compared to our need. Although there is the potential for that to change. And so one of the reasons we're recommending this 50 megawatt slice of this battery project is because there is a potential in a few years that one of our resources that we currently have that we get a lot of resource adequacy from due to some regulatory changes due to the ISO's day-ahead market structure kind of expanding, and the rule changes that might take place with resources that are currently outside the ISO but might become part of the ISO. Some of that capacity is at risk, and so that dotted red line area shows kind of what we might lose from our existing portfolio. But so we're currently in good shape on RA, but there's the potential for some need to grow in the future. Next, I have a couple slides here just as kind of background around market prices. The slide on the left shows RA market price projections going out to 2050. For the green line is for a 4-hour battery, and then the solid blue line is for a 24-hour resource like a gas plant or a geothermal plant, which has a little bit more value from an RA perspective because it's available throughout the day. The slide on the right shows projected solar PPA prices and storage prices for a 4-hour battery. This slide, of course, came from before the recent legislation that had a pretty substantial effect on solar resources and the tax credits available to them. So this may need to be revised, which will probably be revised upward for the solar prices. And then going forward, so we are, trying to, all members are trying to, well, the NCPA Commission approved the contract last month, and members are going through the approval process right now to get this contract signed. And we'll be taking this to the Finance Committee either in August or September, and then City Council in mid-September. So that takes me to the recommended motion, and I'm happy to answer any other questions you guys have at this point.
Okay, first we go to the public. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak?
If any member of the public would like to speak on item number 4, please raise your hand or press star 9 now. No hands raised.
Okay, and no one in the audience? All right. Now we can come back and to the commission if there are any questions.
Are there any other escalators in the $12.71 other than the 6% potential?
No, that's the only one that's in the contract.
So there's no inflation increase?
Correct. Yeah, it's a flat price over the 20-year contract term.
I mean, I think it's a great deal myself. And particularly given what's going on, normally I'd say with a 20-year contract, given the battery price has been going down, maybe not so much, but now in particular at that price and with the uncertainty with battery and everything else moving forward, I would suggest jumping on it.
Thank you.
On that point, I was curious, do we have a sense of how this price compares to other battery storage projects? Just so I have a sense of how this price compares to others. And then a second question would be, what is the rate impact to our customers in agreeing to this storage project?
Sure, good questions. In terms of comparison to other similar resources, we've seen prices that are typically in the $15 range per kilowatt month. So this definitely compares very favorably to other proposals we've seen in the storage area. What will happen in the future is a big question mark right now in terms of other, due to the recent legislation. And then in terms of a rate impact, if our projections are correct, this will result in a net benefit of a little bit less than $3 million to the city. So that would have a reduction, the impact would be a reduction of about 1 to 1.5%, I believe, on rates, if that's correct.
That's awesome to hear. Thank you.
Thanks.
Can I move to?
Let me just ask.
No further question. Could I hear some discussion about how this fits into our battery and storage strategy in a bigger context? Like, should we think about this as putting our foot in the water? It's our first battery. It would be our first project. Will there be more? Why not do 10 times this much investment in battery capacity? How do you think about it?
Yeah, I think I would characterize it as a pretty big first step in the water. We have, evaluated storage proposals in the past, but haven't found them attractive enough, or they've disappeared. So, yeah, I think we wanted to see how this kind of plays out a little bit, and before, jumping even further in, there's also a risk of the potential that it could be seen as sort of speculating by buying stuff we don't really need for our portfolio needs if we, sign up for a great amount more than this. So yeah, those were our kind of considerations around this contract.
Grid mod's not on the agenda, but I'll ask, grid scale batteries is something one, can also deploy here in Palo Alto on our grid. This is something different, of course. It's a faraway battery project. Just very briefly, is there battery storage in our grid plan in the next foreseeable future 5 years?
So there's going to be some discussion on this actually on our resiliency and reliability plan on looking at batteries locally with either commercial or residential. So if you could hold that, that would be great. Thank you.
Wait, I actually had some questions. Thanks. So, Jim, obviously you chose 50 megawatts. You didn't choose 40, you didn't choose 60, and there was still capacity available, if I recall. So my question is, and I heard you give a little bit of an answer to that, which was, you don't want to be speculating. So what were the downside risks in doing this? How does this go wrong, basically, in the next 5 years? I mean, obviously in 20 years, who knows what things, but in the next 5 years, if we do this, what do we see as the downsides? And a little bit like, if it's a great deal, you wouldn't want to buy 100, but why didn't we buy 70 or 80 or 90? I don't know.
Yeah, so I guess I will mention that there is still a little bit of flexibility around the total volume that we could commit to through this contract. This isn't set in stone yet. But the reason we are recommending 50 is I think anytime that you have a very large investment in something where the value is a bit speculative and the future costs of that sort of type of asset are definitely unknown. You do run the risk that in 2 or 3 years you might regret your decision if prices come down significantly. I think we saw that to some extent with some of our earlier solar PPAs that looked like amazing deals, but then prices dropped in half, a few years later. So that's one potential downside to signing up for 100 megawatts of this project.
So it's that battery storage. So it's basically that we could get a better deal in the future. The battery storage could fall. That's the real risk here, right? I mean, or is there other risks?
Yeah, the other risk, I guess, would be that we sign up for this one and forego other opportunities, and then 2 years from now, the contract doesn't materialize and the contract falls apart. That's another potential risk. Although as I mentioned to Commissioner Gupta, the security deposit definitely kind of protects us a lot there. But if 2 years from now contract prices in storage have doubled, then even that might not be enough to fully shield us from having to go out and replace this with something that's a lot more expensive.
And Santa Clara is going in at 200 megawatts?
That's correct. I think that's right.
On a percentage basis, or if I was trying to compare the two investments, are they going in? They're bigger than we are. So are they going in far more than we are? Are they going in basically the equivalent given the size of their utility? What's the comparison there?
Yeah, that's a good question. Alan, do you know the kind of the ratio?
Yeah, I do. So their peak is around 760 right now. They have different needs in terms for resource adequacy. They are much more invested in wind, so their portfolio is different than ours. We're heavy in hydro. They're more heavy in geothermal, which provides like 24-hour RA, similar to like a gas plant. So in comparison, though, this is 4 times the size of ours and roughly the size of our entire demand. So it is not a small investment on their side as well. So I don't want to speak to their portfolio, but just the sheer number of NCPA members that have selected this project bodes well in terms of how we feel as a membership. Not only, using Palo Alto's expertise, but leveraging those at Santa Clara and Roseville and Reading and others, and as well as NCPA, who looks at contracts all the time.
No, my question was more, are we being too conservative? That's really what I was trying to get at. And I mean, you guys obviously think 50 megawatts is the right number.
So we, as Jim mentioned, we are still looking for other solar contracts. So what we're seeing now in the market is a solar and storage. So we anticipate that we'll have a kind of potential for more of the solar and storage projects coming as we go out again for another RFP, because we do need to have additional carbon neutral resources.
And one of the reasons that was going through my head is with when does the loss of tax credits occur? And is this project under the wire on that? And that they'll still get the tax credits likely, and that's why it'll be cheaper. And that way further projects that we look at down the road won't have that. And so it's better to lock in now, or is that not a factor?
Jim, do you want to answer that one, Jim?
Sure. Yeah. My initial reading of the legislation that just passed is that it largely spared storage resources from the tax credit, cutbacks. Those were highly, punitive sort of towards solar and wind, but other types of resources largely kept their tax credits. I think the ones for storage go through 2033. The one caveat there is that the legislation included some language around the so-called foreign entity of concern, which means that if you get if your assets are coming, the resources are coming for this project are coming from China or Russia or a couple other countries, then the tax credits are in jeopardy. So that could be an area that is problematic for storage resources because they're so heavily involved in the Chinese market as well.
And you mentioned that you mentioned that certain regulatory changes may cause us to lose RA for hydro. At least that's the way I read that chart.
Mhm.
How much of this would that offset if we had that loss?
Our current estimate is we would lose about 50 megawatts of RA from hydro, and this would kind of replace that, on a one-to-one basis. Our current RA rules allow us to count a 4-hour battery, the full amount of the capacity as RA.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
Rachel, you had something?
Yeah, I had just looked at, I did a quick search to see what are the biggest battery projects, and it came up with Moss Landing being 400 megawatts, and I don't know if that's, and the next one is like in Australia or something like that. So this is a big project. It's like equivalent to that Moss Landing project. Probably there's other big ones being built, but I wonder, with the 2.8 million net value per year, did we do sensitivity on the high-low? Moss Landing, of course, had that very high-profile fire recently, but I believe they're back online. I could be wrong. Can you talk a little bit about, I mean, in general, I totally support batteries. I believe the grid, we need to build a lot more of them. But can you just talk about who holds the bag on a financial, something like that, like a fire that might occur,
Sure.
and if there's any sensitivity around the high-low on the net value?
Sure. Yeah, that's a great point about the fire risk. And I'd point out it reminds me to mention that this contract kind of prevents us or insulates us from that risk altogether, in that we only pay for the capacity that's actually available to us to use. So if there's a fire that we don't have to pay for, and the battery is completely offline, we don't have to pay anything for the period during which it's offline. In fact, as you guys probably know, that storage resources, they kind of lose their effectiveness over time. You lose a portion of the amount of the total battery that you can actually really use. And so we're allowed to run a test of the battery anytime we want to get an actual assessment of the truly usable portion of the battery, and then the contract price is only applied to that portion of the overall capacity, not the full 50 megawatt share that we initially started with. And then your second question about sensitivity analysis. we do have some ranges on, our estimates of the energy value and the RA value, and the error bars are quite wide, of course. So, on an expected basis, this one looks quite attractive, but yeah, there's certainly potential for it to turn out, upside down. But yeah, on an expected basis, it looks, very attractive.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I would like to move forward with the recommended motion, but before doing so, I would like to make a small point, which is that the price arbitrage opportunity is not well aligned with the carbon arbitrage opportunity. And while I don't think that it's worth talking about operation of those batteries today, and I understand it'll be run by NCPA, I do think that as a stakeholder in that, we should be thoughtful about how price arbitrage and carbon arbitrage are misaligned, and therefore kind of some of the operational principles of the battery itself. That being said, I would like to move that we proceed with the recommended motion as currently written on the slide.
I'll second that.
Call the roll.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
Yes.
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Chair Scharf,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right. Thank you for that. All right. Do you want to go on to the last item? And is there an action on this or is this a status update? It says action, but it also says status update.
We would like feedback from the UAC on some of the preliminary results to get the feedback.
But do you want a motion or do you just want feedback? Feedback.
Yeah, just feedback. We do have a straw proposal. We can, work through some combined feedback from the UAC, but no vote.
Okay.
So Jonathan Abenshine, Assistant Director of Public Works, will be giving the presentation.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jonathan Abenshine, Assistant Director for Climate Action. I'm really happy to be back here with you. Well, I have a staff presentation. I know what we're dealing with here is a reasonably complex set of analyses that I'll try to boil down as much as possible. This is an update on the implementation of the Reliability and Resiliency Strategic Plan. There's a status update attached to your report, but that's not going to be the main focus of my presentation or our discussion tonight, although I'm happy to answer questions on it, or we're happy to answer questions on it. But my main focus tonight's updating you on the progress on strategies 4 and 5, which involve doing a cost benefit analysis of the different ways that flexible technologies can provide value, and then developing programs for consideration. And we're looking for some specific feedback from you tonight on how to move forward based on our preliminary work. We'd ideally like, as much consensus as possible on feedback, given the widely varying amounts of staff work and consultant spending we could engage in, depending on our approach as we try and finish up our final report on the results of strategies 4 and 5. Next slide, please. So this is the agenda for tonight. We're going to start by going over the technologies we analyzed, just to remind you of what we've been looking at. We have a better summary of how to think about those technologies than we did in February based on the analysis that we've done so far. Then we'll talk a little bit about the results of our analysis and how these technologies affect utility supply costs and how we estimate the community on average would value the short-term resiliency associated with these technologies. Then we'll talk about results of a preliminary analysis on the use of these technologies to defer distribution investment. We'll be asking your feedback on whether to do further analysis based on those results. And we'll talk about current city policies on microgrids and long-term resiliency and possible alternatives we could evaluate. We'll give results on the airport microgrid analysis, and then we'll lay out for you exactly what feedback we're hoping for tonight. At a really high level, the feedback we're looking for is Based on the analysis so far, we're seeing only one technology package with benefits exceeding costs just based on supply and short-term resiliency. We also aren't seeing strong opportunities based on a preliminary analysis to use these technologies to defer distribution investment. And so based on this, we're looking for some guidance from the commission on what programs, if any, to bring in the final report on strategies 4 and 5. Also, given that the utility benefits for solar and storage don't exceed the costs, and that's a situation that'll get worse as the ITC expires, we want some clearer guidance on whether and how to pursue solar and storage for long-term resiliency purposes. That was a priority that the UAC raised in February. We'll have some options for you. And then lastly, we have some preliminary results from the airport microgrid study. They're not looking great, and we want some guidance on how and whether to continue to pursue a utility partnership on this. And then that study also gave us some insights on when neighborhood level microgrids might or might not be useful, and we want the UAC's feedback on those policies.
Can I ask a question? We had also spoken about the wastewater microgrid option.
Yes.
Did you also analyze that yet, or is that forthcoming?
The airport is included. The airport includes the water quality control plant. Yeah, the wastewater plant. All right. So don't sweat it if you didn't absorb everything I just said. I'm going to cover it all again, and then I'll cover it all again at the end. So we'll hit it a few times here. Next slide, please. All right, so first we're going to review the technologies we're studying. We've realized that these technologies divide into 5 categories based on their characteristics and values. So there are TOU rates, time of use rates, which primarily reduce supply costs. Even if they have some tangential distribution benefits, they have little or no overhead cost. So that's one category. The demand response is similar to time of use in the types of value it provides, primarily supply related, but it actually has a lot of overhead costs compared to time of use. There are standalone batteries, which can provide a range of value, but can't provide the longer term multi-week resiliency because you don't have any attached generation. Battery and solar microgrids have the widest range of values. And then there's efficient electrification, which can mainly be used to defer distribution investment. It provides maybe some ancillary benefit and supply cost savings as well, if it's saving in peak demand periods. So we're going to talk through the value of these technologies through the presentation. So let me stop there and see if there are any clarifying questions specifically on the technologies. We're going to get into the value of each of these technologies, but I want to make sure that this framework makes sense because we're going to keep thinking about it as we go through.
Time of use is residential only?
Time of use is all time of use.
All time of use. So it includes commercial?
Includes commercial.
Can you just, I think I remember reading it, but efficient electrification, can you define it?
Yes. Sorry. So it's the use of, the microphone, sorry.
Just if you could define efficient electrification.
So it's the use of techniques like circuit sharing, circuit pausers, usually electrical infrastructure within the home to reduce peak loads and panel sizes.
Smart panels.
Smart panels, yes.
And to be clear, this is assessing technologies that are available at this time to the city, or is it also assessing technologies that might be possible in the near future?
Vehicle to grid is the main technology that could be available, in the near future. That was assessed in this study. You can see it under battery only technologies. In this case, the battery is attached to a car. So, but it still acts in many ways like a standalone battery program.
Yeah, thank you.
Could you refresh memory on short-term versus long-term resiliency?
Yes. So short-term, it's a fuzzy rather than firmly delineated line, but short-term resiliency is a few hours, usually within a day. Longer-term resiliency when you're getting into multi-day, multi-week outages, natural disasters.
good framework. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll keep moving. Happy to answer more questions on this. Next slide. All right, so let's first start by talking about time of use rates. You all asked us to evaluate these as part of this study. When we were talking with you about the scope, we didn't do any separate modeling on this for Palo Alto, but instead what we did was just reviewed literature on actual programs and their results. And in the literature that was reviewed, they found, so first off, actually, with respect to introductions, I want to acknowledge, first off, Shiva Swaminathan, who's been working on this in the audience, and then our consultants, Bureau Happold and their subcontractors, AESC, who are on the line with us tonight, who will be able to answer questions about some aspects of these studies. So in the Bureau Happold and AESC research, the literature they reviewed found 1% to 6% peak demand reductions for residential and a similar range for commercial. And I just want to really call out to you that these are peak demand reductions, not energy reductions. Energy reductions are typically a lot lower for time of use rates. There was some literature specific to California investor-owned utilities that showed close to 5% reductions. So that's a little more California specific. But you also have to remember that most of the population served by investor-owned utilities is either in the Central Valley or in Southern California. So you have a lot of air conditioning use that's not in Palo Alto. So I don't think that there should be an expectation that reductions are quite as high as was shown in that study. And then they also have a larger differential between on-peak and off-peak rates than Palo Alto for a variety of reasons, which can drive greater reductions. So that's time of use. Next slide, please.
Just out of curiosity, we've already agreed to go ahead with a pilot on time of use. So I'm kind of curious, what's the relevance of this? Or just our expectations or?
So this is following through on a request that we got from the Utilities Advisory Commission to understand the potential impact of time of use. I don't think there's ever been a question about whether to move forward with a pilot, but there have been a lot of questions that have come up at different times about how much impact the commission can expect time of use to have.
Okay,
but I wouldn't call this the main focus of the study by any stretch. I just want to make sure to follow through with that information for you all. All right. So now the next thing is we're going to talk about the modeling our consultant Bureau Happold did on the project types listed on this slide. So these are the same technology types that you saw in that earlier slide, but it's divided up into specific potential programs that the city could operate, and they were evaluated for their costs and benefits. And again, going back to these categories, they're categorized as demand response, standalone battery projects, and solar and battery projects. So we're really covering a wide range of potential projects, including vehicle to grid, battery only, thermal storage, commercial and residential across the entire range of technologies. Next slide, please. All right, so this chart shows the costs and benefits for each of these programs, each of these program types. And the dotted line across the middle there is the point at which benefits exceed costs. So if the bar goes above the line, the benefits exceed the costs. And you can see that only one of these programs did the benefits exceed the cost. There were a few that come close. I think it's worth noting that the top programs involve solar, and the costs for these are expected to rise after the ITC expires after the next year. So even these projects that are somewhat closer, the commercial battery, commercial demand response may still remain close to the line, but the commercial and residential solar and battery will likely, the cost to benefit ratio will likely suffer.
And the commercial solar plus battery is a public-private partnership, so it's evaluated that it's partly sponsored by the city or partly sponsored by the utility and partly sponsored by the company.
So these charts don't prescribe a specific program design. This is just an evaluation of the costs and benefits for the technology at the community level. So it's a societal perspective, which means it's asking the question whether the program's a net benefit for the community, or sorry, whether putting this technology in is a net benefit for the community as a whole.
So what's the public-private partnership mean? On the point 3.
I'll come to that.
So
Okay.
can I follow up on that?
Yeah, because I have a lot to cover on this slide. And I'm wondering maybe if I get to the end of my notes on this slide, and then
Why don't you go
we
to the
can
end?
cover all right. Some of this may be explained. So this community perspective it's calculated based only on the cost of the technology and then the savings realized by the entire community in energy supply, that includes transmission and capacity as well, and short-term resiliency benefits. And it leaves aside factors like rate designs, incentives, and program costs that tend to affect only the utility or the program participants' benefits and costs, not the community as a whole. The final report's going to have those other perspectives, but for right now, we just wanted to cover it at the community level. So based on what we were seeing here, we wanted to see whether it'd be possible to get other benefits into to sort of push the benefits over above the costs. And we were looking at 2 potential approaches for that. Deferring distribution investment, using them to defer distribution investment, or using them for long-term resiliency. Okay, and so the 2 technologies we looked at for deferring distribution investment were residential standalone batteries and residential solar plus batteries. And then there were 2 we looked at for long-term resiliency. That's residential and commercial solar and storage. Going to the public-private partnership, because commercial solar and batteries look like they may potentially have benefits that or looked like they may have benefits that exceed the costs. We were considering looking at whether there are ways that you could build more solar and storage in Palo Alto. I think the big challenge you have with commercial at a larger scale, I think the challenge you have with commercial solar and batteries is that the types of, the payback period for something with this kind of a cost benefit ratio is very long. It's well beyond the durations, the payback periods that a commercial property owner would want to invest in. And so you need some kind of a public-private partnership if you want to make these sorts of things work. That said, with the recent passage of these changes in federal policy, we may want to pull back on this as well. Okay, so I'm done. What questions do people have? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the question I had, I didn't understand what is meant by cost, particularly community costs. So specific example, residential batteries or residential vehicle to grid. What's a cost? What are the costs?
Yes.
In one of those?
So a residential battery, for example, is the total capital cost of putting a battery on residential, putting a battery in a home. And the benefits would be the supply cost savings, and then the benefits modeled through the model we talked about back in February for what the average consumer would value short-term resiliency as, or for how an average consumer would value short-term resiliency.
Okay, so is that the right way to do the math? In other words, I would think, the battery in the home, people are just installing solar with storage, right? And people are buying cars, which eventually will be vehicle to grid. So it seems like that's sort of a fait accompli, right? It should be an input to our analysis, not a cost in CPAU's analysis.
So this analysis, so let me back up. Strategy 3 of the Reliability and Resiliency Strategic Plan says that when people want to put these things in just for their own just because it makes sense for them.
It's just
We want to encourage that.
right. It's just data.
We want to make
that's
it easier for them. We want to remove barriers. We want to give them ways, educate them in ways that they can manage that technology to be most compatible with the grid. So you're talking about strategy 3, but we also have been asked to look at whether it makes sense to provide incentives or spend money on consultants who can provide technical assistance, things like that. And that's what we're evaluating here. And I think what we're finding is we're happy with strategy 3 that, if people just want to put this in because they value it highly enough to put it in, then yes, we should support that, but maybe we shouldn't go any further than that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think I understand what you're saying.
There isn't value in providing
VV
incentives, for
strategy
example.
3, I don't agree that this is the right way to do the math in
Okay.
terms of the cost benefit of resilience and reliability and the other tasks.
Jonathan, can I clarify, just building on Commissioner Metz's question? You had mentioned that this is the community perspective, but the final report will include the perspective of the consumer and purely the perspective of CPAU. And this is just for any dollar spent by anybody versus the return on any dollar spent by anybody. That's what we have in this plot.
That's exactly right.
That said, I think that there's a sort of some degree of interpolation that you can do from this, and ultimately, especially from the other plots, and in terms of like which approach might you want to subsidize at various levels, right? You could, in fact, still decide that you would like to incentivize residential batteries, but you may provide very, very small incentives for doing that relative to incentivizing some of these other interventions, right?
Actually, I'll be really direct about this. The implication of this chart is that any incentive for residential batteries will raise rates for people broadly. That
Okay.
you won't get benefits to repay those incentives. So you can get yourself a positive cost benefit from a participant perspective, but everyone else is going to have to pay for that.
Thank you. Sorry, I meant to say not from this graph in particular, but from a future graph that looked at this only from the perspective of CPAU. As long as it's above 1.
You're not going to have, so for these, it's possible that there are technologies here that have a positive benefit for the utility.
Yeah.
But for any of them to have a positive benefit for the utility, there needs to be an extreme negative benefit for the customer. So in other words, a customer needs to just put in a lot of extra money. They're not going to get a lot of benefit out of it, but hey, the utility is getting free benefits because the customer.
And that might be the case in a residential battery.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And the way that ends up unfolding is that a person values long-term for a residential battery values short-term resiliency that maybe they're doing high day trading from home, and being out for 2 hours is going to kill their profit margin to some extent, that it really just is worth it. And as long as they operate that battery in a way that's favorable for the utility, you could see a positive benefit for the utility, but they've laid out a bunch of money and it's never going to pay back for them. So,
but that's 3.
I just think in terms of reliability and
Exactly.
resilience for CPAU, that this is sort of looking at it incorrectly. And the correct way to look at it is, example, 25% of homes in Palo Alto have electric vehicles, right? 10 years from now, those will pretty much all be vehicle to grid able,
Right.
and it'll be much higher percentage. So to me, the right question is, what is CPAU's objectives in reliability, resilience? How do we take advantage of that fact that half the homes in the city have electric vehicles with 70 kilowatt-hour batteries?
So at 3 low, that's not 4 and 5.
Well, so vehicles are I can see the reasoning that you have there with vehicles specifically. Most of these technologies are standalone. You invest in them for no other reason than to achieve these benefits. But with the vehicles, like you're saying, you're buying a car to drive the car.
Well, I mean, solar.
But let me
plus-
explain how the
plus
vehicle-
battery, I think is the same thing. It's just a fact that most photovoltaic systems being installed today in Palo Alto include batteries, and it's a pretty significant number. The federal changes may alter that,
Sure.
but the trajectory up till now is that there are just going to be a lot of those. And to me, the question is, well, what does CPAU do about it?
So let's start with the vehicles and come back to the batteries. This vehicle analysis did not include the cost of the vehicle. So it's assuming, just like you said, that people have a car, but then it's saying, could you achieve some benefits by putting in the extra equipment that you need for vehicle to grid and getting people to respond to price signals? And what we're finding is there is not a positive cost benefit in trying to do that. So that might feel counterintuitive because, hey, the cars are already there, but the amount of work that it takes to put in the equipment that you need to get those cars to respond and then to run that program is not worth the effort right now. Now, vehicle to grid is a very early technology, and that's one we would be monitoring very closely. But I think our recommendation would be don't act on this now, keep tracking it. And if we start seeing a positive cost benefit at a future time, act on that. Does that make sense from the vehicle perspective?
I understand what you're saying.
But is there a but?
Well, I guess the but is that if someone looks at this chart, they would come to the conclusion that the things on the left-hand side of the page, which have low cost benefit per the way this analysis was done, most people would conclude those things are bad ideas. And I'm disagreeing with that. I think some of them are good ideas if the analysis were done correctly in terms of assessing their value to achieving CPAU's reliability and resilience goals. And the math were done using cost benefits that accrue to CPAU and not community, which I think is not really a meaningful, group.
Can you explain that a little bit more? So what reliability and resiliency benefits accrue to the utility specifically, but not to the community as a whole?
Well, an example, say for sticking with vehicle to grid, if we have, several tens of megawatts of storage potentially available to us, conceivably CPAU could reduce its peak load, use some of that energy to reduce its peak load, reduce its peak capacity as we're in the process of our $300 million grid modification program. So that's one example.
That's exactly what's calculated up there.
We also could potentially use these to increase reliability, right? Reduce the duration and frequency of short-term outages.
That's also included in the chart up there.
So
those two things.
That was one of my other comments that it was really hard for me to evaluate the results because the information was very high level. Even the appendices were high level summaries, and there really was not enough analysis for me to know what was being concluded.
Yeah, and I'm sensitive to that as a concern. So we're still vetting these results, and we're confident enough to bring you the insights. But I also know that several people on this commission really like to dig into the details. And I think as we start to have the report, the numbers behind the spreadsheet available, I'm certainly open to be available for questions. To help prepare for reviewing these insights when we get to the final report. I think what I'm asking you to do tonight is to put yourself in the position of having already done the vetting and to be recognizing that this is how the numbers came out. And I think what I'm looking for is feedback on whether the path forward that we're laying out in the report that we're likely to put in the final report is in line with what the UAC would conclude based on these insights.
Are there more slides or is this the last?
No, there are more. There are
Maybe
more
you should
slides.
Go through your slides.
Yeah, let's keep going through. So these are the results based on the supply and short-term resiliency. And I think the next question that we had was, could we use some of these like residential batteries or residential solar and storage to defer distribution investment? So like grid modernization, exactly. So could you, for example, save on transformer upgrade costs and push these cost benefit ratios over one? So can you go to the next slide, please? All right. So we did so this is a really complex and expensive analysis to do because it involves distribution, and the distribution system varies really widely from transformer to transformer, from neighborhood to neighborhood. So what we did was a smaller, low-cost preliminary analysis to see whether that bigger analysis, we'll see whether there's some potential before we spent all that money. Unfortunately, the findings were not encouraging, and we would recommend against doing further analysis. And I'll just walk you through how we did the analysis. So first, we looked at the most promising transformers for deferral, and these were transformers that were less than 20 years old and which were not in an area slated for upgrade from 4 kV to 12 kV. When you're upgrading to 12 kV, you require a different transformer type than the ones we have now. And we found that there were about 360 transformers that met those criteria. Those transformers had between 4 and 13 homes on them each. And as you'd expect, the more homes there are on a transformer, the harder it is to defer upgrading it as people electrify. So only about 95 transformers, or about 30% of the 360, had 6 or fewer homes.
It's harder to.
Yeah, so if you have 13 transformers on a home, as they all, or 13 homes on a transformer, as they all start to electrify, it's really hard to keep that transformer from overloading, no matter how many batteries or no matter how much, efficient electrification you do. Next slide, please. So there were only about 95 that had 6 or fewer homes, which, is a level at which it becomes more manageable. But even if all 360 transformers were deferred and we figured out how to achieve that, the upside potential would be relatively small. You'd be avoiding about $16 million in upfront capital investment on and that translates into about $1 million per year in avoided debt service, which is about a 0.5% rate increase. And that's if you are able to achieve those benefits at zero cost.
Is the 16 million?
The 16 million is what results in the 1 million per year debt service. So if you were to be able to defer all 360 transformers, that could save you about $16 million in upfront capital investment. And if you were to finance that using municipal debt over 30 years, it's about $1 million a year to repay that. And that's about that's about an avoided half. You would have to raise rates about 0.5% to cover that debt service. Did that make sense? Great. So there might be some additional upstream value you could identify in avoiding replacement of feeders or substation equipment, but we don't think that there's enough of that to increase the savings all that much. And the number of batteries that you'd need to achieve these savings was huge. You need about 2,400 batteries to avoid those 360 upgrading those 360 transformers. And remember, that's not a permanent savings. You're just deferring it until later. And the debt service on that capital investment alone is 1.3 million per year. So it already exceeds the savings, just the cost of the batteries themselves. And that doesn't even include the program expenses, the cost of microgrid controllers needed to operate the batteries, to track the distribution transformer loads, ongoing operational costs to manage those systems. And these are also systems that aren't in use by utilities generally. So this is a very cutting edge, thing to do. There are people, I think, running pilots, but the risk of, operational failure is pretty challenging for a small utility. Construction inflation is also a question here. You defer this distribution investment, but if the construction costs increase faster than inflation, then you risk greater real costs down the line if you don't do the investment right now.
When you say 2,400 batteries, what is the battery? Are we talking about the Powerwall?
Can you remind me, I'm turning to our consultants and to Shiva.
Something that size?
It was a Powerwall, right? Yes, it's a Powerwall sized battery.
Something in your garage.
Yeah, something that could go in your garage, exactly. We did validate some of these insights using real world AMI data. We took, a year's worth of real world AMI data from electrified homes and simulated them against these 360 different transformer simulations. And we found that actually our assumptions were a little bit, they weren't conservative enough. So when you get the actual AMI data, this actually looks like an even worse idea. So the bottom line is that this program, so that there are lower cost solutions, potentially like efficient electrification, but we don't necessarily see ourselves being able to save enough through those strategies. They're complicated. You have to get them into every single home. And they really just need to be pervasive to have an effect. So we don't think we can accomplish these outcomes that way, although we do believe that encouraging efficient electrification is really important, and encouraging batteries adopted voluntarily without incentives is important. But we don't think we should be trying to pursue more distribution investment deferral as a program. And we'd recommend against committing $150,000 to $2,000 to do more analysis on this.
Did we look at possibility, what I think you were just talking about, of just, incenting people to restrict their total peak, which can be done simply by, agreeing somehow to limit their main panel size?
Yeah, that's the efficient electrification. And I think that the amount that you would need to do, so we didn't analyze that in depth. Having tried to work through some of those projects, we think it's challenging enough that we likely couldn't get enough peak savings and enough people to follow through on those practices to be able to say, this transformer we're going to defer investment on. We could achieve some benefits through the whole community, but we're not going to be able to focus it on one specific transformer. And then, the fact that the amount of staff time and effort it would take to run that program, and the small potential net benefit that you're looking at, just it didn't seem like it was a huge opportunity, really, at the end of the day.
I had a question about this.
Please.
We looked at, and forgive my understanding on how we're achieving grid mod. I'm looking forward to a future presentation on that. But we're looking only at the places where we're not upgrading to the 12 kilovolt upgrade area.
That's right.
Did we look at any cost saving potential and avoiding 4 to 12 kilovolt upgrades in the first place?
Those are being done for a different reason than electrification upgrades, but it's convenient to be able to do the electrification upgrades at the same time. So I'm not sure that any of these strategies could avoid those 4 to 12 kV upgrades. Now, I think, and I definitely defer to the utilities team here, but I'm sure there are other, evaluations on the costs and benefits of 4 to 12 kV upgrades that are entirely independent from the reliability and resiliency strategic plan as well.
Depending on how the UAC wants to proceed, we could finish this up. And we do have Terry Crowley here. He's our Assistant Director of Electric Engineering and Operations. So if we'd like to do a deeper dive now or later, I'll leave it up to the commission if you want that specific answer.
It's 9 o'clock. I think we should get through this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. I'll try and get moving a little faster. This was one of the deeper topics here. All right. Next slide, please. Here's another deep topic. So let's turn to solar and storage microgrids. So first off, I think for anyone watching, let's try and demystify what a microgrid is. I think folks on the UAC may already be thinking about it this way, but I don't know if everyone in the public does. Essentially, a microgrid is just an on-site generator that can run both when the grid is up and running, and during that time, it's replacing, imported non-local power transmitted from outside Palo Alto. And then it can also operate when the grid is down, during which time it's replacing a traditional diesel backup generator. And you can value a microgrid by comparing it to that avoided cost of the non-local power and the avoided cost of the diesel generator. It does provide some additional benefits in the sense that it can run for longer. It has some additional drawbacks in the sense that the amount of generation is limited by the amount of roof space, the season, the weather, so they can't do quite as wide a range of backup tasks as a diesel generator. I just want to stop and make sure this definition makes sense since
Can we just continue without stopping?
Okay, you got it.
Thank you for defining it.
Good stuff. All right.
In context.
Next slide, please. Okay, so our current policies for solar and plus battery microgrids are essentially that when people install microgrids, the utility doesn't have to buy as much power, and so we pass on that value to the customer installing the microgrid. And currently we use two mechanisms for that, net energy metering and the Palo Alto Clean Feed-in tariff. In general, just like you saw in that earlier slide, that value is not enough to cover the cost of a solar system. So, or it requires a very long payback period as an investment. So in that equation that I just showed, the left half of the equation with the solar, where solar and storage are replacing non-local power, that's not enough to pay for the solar and storage. So you really have to value the long-term resiliency, the backup power to make up the difference. And that is a very individual value. You have people who value resiliency very highly and are willing to spend extra money on solar and storage for the peace of mind, as long as they will, that they're going to have power during an outage, short-term or long-term. And when we just pass through the value associated with the supply costs and then let people who value long-term resiliency build solar and storage systems, the people who value it highly build the systems and the people who don't. And the utility doesn't get involved in those backup power planning decisions. So that's our current policy. We're not involved in backup power planning. In its municipal role, the city does do backup power planning for its own facilities, including facilities that provide emergency services. So our Office of Emergency Services, OES, plays a role in identifying any gaps for critical city services. But there's no community-wide backup power planning process to identify privately owned facilities that would be good to have operating in an emergency, like a grocery store, for example. We don't push them to get backup power. There are some other agencies that may do that for critical facilities like hospitals, but generally that's not something we do. Our Office of Emergency Services isn't staffed for it, and the utility hasn't been directed to provide incentives for these purposes. Sometimes there are grants available. When you hear about other facilities putting in microgrids in their prisons, fire stations, community centers, they're often grant funded, but a lot of times these are specifically targeted towards remote or low-income communities, or they're funded by utilities in areas subject to frequent shutoffs to reduce wildfire risk. So that's the current set of policies. We've been hearing questions about whether we should have a different set of policies. That could include providing technical assistance or other facilitation to get solar and batteries in place. That would require resources or even actual incentives or subsidies. And the big question there is who gets to take advantage of that. In the past, we had a Palo Alto Clean program that paid a higher rate for local generation than was justified by the savings from the local power. And that meant that the people who got in first were able to get that extra resiliency power subsidized by the rest of the community. So a big question would be who gets access to it. And I've listed a few potential possibilities here. If the UIC wanted to push us to include this in the long-term report, that we'd need a little bit of definition on that. Next slide, please. I think in the interest of time, maybe you let me know whether you want me to look to talk in depth about the airport microgrid here. But I think it does pull a lot of these threads of discussion together. Our consultant did a high-level analysis on whether this particular microgrid has a positive cost benefit, and they're finding very high costs for a power purchase agreement from the utility for an airport microgrid. And so there needs to be a lot of value in the resiliency services for the wastewater treatment plant and the airport to make this work. There's not a lot more work that the utility needs to do on this project. Right now, it's really in the Public Works camp to figure out their resiliency planning and what other alternatives may compete with this. So I don't think there's any harm in, keeping the possibility of a utility partnership open, but I think it's very unlikely that this project is going to pencil out.
So I just wanted to piggyback, Jonathan, you did mention there's a premium associated with getting a power purchase agreement in this realm versus, getting another one. Could you just maybe tell the UAC what that dollar amount is per year? I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So basically, under these PPA numbers, the amount that the water quality control plant and the airport together would need to value resiliency at about $2.5 million per year. This is with the ITC. With the ITC going away, that number goes up to around $5 million a year. There are options for longer term resiliency at the treatment plant that are cheaper than that. So that's why I have a pretty negative outlook on this one.
Who's paying whom here? It's a power purchase agreement, so.
Well,
Utility would buy.
Commissioner, please use your mic.
So the utility would be buying power from the microgrid, wherever it might be, in this case, the airport.
Yep.
And where does this, so then if you have a third party, like the water plant.
Yep.
It's buying power from the utility or from the microgrid?
So the way the whole thing would work is when the grid's up, the utility buys the power for some agreed upon price. The rest of the cost of the project has to be paid for from the people receiving resiliency services. So they might pay, just like you have to pay an ongoing cost to maintain your generator, they would pay this ongoing cost to fund this solar system, and then they would get the power when the grid goes down.
The airport would invest in a microgrid in order to provide power to itself and to sell, I guess, to the utility, and perhaps also to the water plant,
and to sell the resiliency services when the power is out. They'd essentially sell backup power to the treatment plant, but the treatment plant would have to pay when the grid is on and when the grid is off, just like you would for a generator, to make sure that that's there.
Yeah, capacity.
Yeah, so it'd be a combined funding from all those different sources.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask one quick question about this?
Please.
The regional water quality control plant has biogas or no biogas?
Not at the moment. I think they're looking at pulling biogas from the landfill, but they don't have biogas from their treatment processes because they ship those.
They don't have a digester.
No, they don't have a digester.
And I will just say all of these analyses are super sensitive to the size of the battery. It looks like we've maxed out that battery, which quite frankly tends to drive the value down to zero because of the expense of the battery. I do think that I don't want to spend a lot of money on consultants. No offense to Barrett Happel, who I'm sure has done a great job on this, but just quite frankly, it's like, as you said, it's not likely to pencil out. I think the one exception from my own professional experience, that small batteries at wastewater plants can make a lot of financial sense.
Okay.
But they're often quite small.
Yeah, we have a secondary consultant who's looking at those types of smaller targeted projects that could make sense for, just energy arbitrage.
Can I ask what is the financial situation of the airport? Is it its own entity, or what's its relationship with the city of Palo Alto?
So the city owns the airport, and I believe that the finances are managed through a separate fund, but I just realized we have our assistant city manager here. Thank you.
I'll help you. Sure. The airport is run similar to a utility in that it's run fully through an enterprise fund. What you have heard perhaps in the past and is a factor when we were doing significant capital improvement, we did do a loan from the general fund to help support the investment in the apron, frankly, repairs. But that loan is on a repayment schedule. The airport's making those schedules. And so it is operating on its own as an enterprise.
And did I see in the report that they might do it anyway? They might put a microgrid in regardless of whether the utility participates?
No, all I was trying to say there was that the airport has if the large microgrid doesn't go forward, they have the ability to do a small one if that makes financial sense, and they're getting a separate analysis, not utility driven on that.
I mean, they're an enterprise fund. They're still run by the city manager's office,
Exactly.
right? I mean, they're still run by council. They can't go off and do what they want.
Absolutely. It is, when I say it's run by an enterprise fund, what I mean is financially, to the chair's point, it is still a city entity. The city is responsible for it and the city is managing it and its operations. When I say it's an enterprise fund, I mean the revenues associated with activities at the airport are assisting in sustaining the operations at the airport. So there's not a lot, there's not a large margin there either. It's pretty net, but things like rental fees, tie down fees, hangar fees, and the like are used to help support the financial operations of the airport. And so that's what I mean by an enterprise.
Yeah, and I think the way that I was describing it was, very sort of loose, but if
I
the-
had
if
read
the
about
airport
it. No,
wanted-
no,
if
no,
the
I-
airport wanted to do a microgrid,
Yeah.
they have to go through the whole entire city. They have to make sure it makes financial sense and go through the entire city approval process.
Got it. And is it the assumption that if the big one doesn't make sense, the smaller one wouldn't make sense either?
I think it's unlikely the smaller one will make sense, but haven't looked at that as closely.
Okay. I had just, you had mentioned the electric plane. I went over to see the electric planes
Yeah.
and they're taking orders for electric planes, like at, Palo Alto Airport. So I could see that if someone's interested in an electric plane, maybe they would want to fill it with clean fuel. I have no idea. So I was just
Just have to.
curious whether that might,
Carbon neutral electricity and you're good.
yeah. Okay, thanks.
That's right.
I like that plane to grid.
Can I ask one more question?
Please.
The commercial batteries, in your cost benefit chart, are those assuming that you're hooking them up with an existing commercial solar array, or would that be
No,
an option? Would that be
a
an option?
standalone commercial battery? So
Okay.
on slide 6, when you're looking at a commercial standalone battery, that's without solar. When you're looking at commercial solar plus battery, that's solar plus battery.
Got it. So I guess one of the questions I had is, I think I brought this up at prior meetings, that there are some big solar arrays visible around town, schools, and I have looked aerially and I don't know what the companies are, but would there be an opportunity to contract to put a battery on somebody else's existing solar array to achieve a reliability resiliency goal that would not be accounted for somewhere in this cost benefit?
I think there are. I think there are some targeted. When we look at commercial solar and batteries, I think it's very much a project by project targeted opportunity business case. You look at rebuilding Coverly, for example, there may be opportunities to, when you're building the community center, to put in solar and storage, and there may be opportunities to take advantage of existing solar to create resiliency in places, but you need to make the same criteria apply. You want to make sure that there's a community benefit to it if you're going to invest community money.
So we were having discussions internally. The parking garages have solar. So is there a potential to add solar or storage there and to have some resiliency charging? So those are the types of things we would run through the same model.
Yeah, so we just want to be opportunistic there rather than have a systematic program. I'm at my last slide here. If we go to the next slide, essentially what I'm hoping to get from the commission tonight is feedback on an approach that we will reflect in the final report on strategies 4 and 5. And there's a lot of text in here, but essentially what it says is, do not pursue incentives and targeted programs at this time for pretty much any of these programs. Don't do any additional analysis on distribution investment deferral at this time. As a starting point, we're including, if you go to the next slide, keeping the city's current policies on microgrids and backup power. Let individual members of the building owners figure out whether they want backup power or not. And then remain open to an electric utility partnership on the airport microgrid with the expectation that that's unlikely to come to fruition.
Thank you for that. First, we need to go to the public.
If any member of the public would like to speak on item number 5, please raise your hand or press star 9 now. We have one hand raised and one in person.
Okay, why don't we go with the in-person first?
Okay, Bob Lennox, you may speak.
You do, because the public can't hear you otherwise. We could hear you, but public.
Right. Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Bob Lennox, President of the Airport Association. I had a chance to fly the electric airplane a couple of weeks ago. It was very exciting. Flies just like an airplane. I think I was quoted that way, which is a good thing. Obviously, I'm here to support a microgrid at the airport. I think the community will benefit if we can figure out how to do a larger system. Under the previous federal administration, we were looking at a grant for the microgrid at the airport that was affordable. Now, who knows? But things will change again, I suspect. But the previous infrastructure work that we have done at the airport, we have conduit laid underneath the ramp so that when we have these electric aircraft and get away from the fossil fuels, will probably be hybrids as well for the longer distances. But the work has been laid out for a grid at the airport, and we're hoping we have a lot of space on top of hangars, and we hope to put in some shade hangars for aircraft, which is open but shade, which will all have lots of space for solar panels. So that's our hope, and hopefully things will improve as far as funding options.
Can I just ask, why do you want a microgrid? What's the advantage to the airport in your mind?
I think we need to lay out power availability. We've had power outages. In fact, we had one about 2 weeks ago. So having that microgrid, having the storage available.
So is the airport get a lot of outages? Is that the issue?
I don't know that there's a lot of outages. I can tell you there was one about 2 weeks ago.
For how long?
4 or 5 hours. I don't. I don't know the answer to that question, of course.
Do you currently have backup power with a diesel generator?
No, the tower has backup power, is my understanding, but not the rest of the airport. In fact, I think a lot of it wasn't just the airport that lost power. It was everything east of the Bayshore for some period of time. And I don't recall exactly how long it was out for, but it was a couple hours in any case.
Would you be willing to pay more in electricity costs? Just
Well,
on the airport?
the way I can't speak to airport management, but because I will tell you that
for charging your planes or whatever you do.
well, there'll have to be some kind of something along those lines, of course. But as a renter at the airport, I pay a monthly fee, which goes up every July 1st, very regularly. Yeah. So would I be willing to pay more for electricity? I think we're all going to be paying more for everything.
Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you for listening. And I appreciate all that you put in all your time doing this stuff, because I know I told my board they need to double my pay back to 0. So thank you.
You said we have someone on the.
Yes, we have a couple. Esme Lopez, you may speak.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Esme Landick, and I'm representing the Clean Coalition, a technical nonprofit with a mission to accelerate the transition to renewable energy and a modern grid. The Clean Coalition strongly supports the efforts to promote reliability and resilience. We view clean local energy as a critical component of a sustainable future, especially as the community electrifies. In these comments, I'll be focusing specifically on strategies 3 and 5, promoting residential solar and storage adoption and larger community scale renewable programs. Environmental benefits of deploying blocks of community scale solar and storage, which are especially true at the residential scale, include but aren't limited to providing solar electricity, a 100% renewable energy source, optimizing grid citizenship by reducing peak usage of the grid at most stress times, eliminating energy loss associated with traversing transmissions and distribution grids. These losses are due to resistance and congestion, both of which are generally exacerbated by distance, and typically 15% of remotely generated energy is lost. And reducing the environmental impacts of central generation, which typically also consume open space for generation and transmission areas. Economic impacts of deploying blocks of community scale and solar storage include, but are not limited to, electricity cost savings compared to buying electricity from a utility, providing value of resilience or VOR compared to implementing and operating a fossil fuel generator, which my peers will talk more about in a moment, and providing a fixed cost of electricity compared to rising utility costs. In addition to this, the Clean Coalition has found that deploying blocks of 10 megawatt solar and 20 megawatt per hour storage would net $17.3 million of economic stimulation, a number that would be far higher today, just to exemplify the amount of savings attainable by deploying community scale solar and storage. This was an example of 2020 in the Santa Barbara region. And having distribution connected solar or generation and energy storage not only benefits people by lowering their grid costs, but also reduces the total amount of transmission spending that is needed by Palo Alto. This means a monetary benefit for both the ratepayer and City of Palo Alto, in addition to the societal and environmental benefits. Promoting residential and commercial solar and storage also sets the stage for larger scale resilience over time. Every single residential solar and storage or larger battery project helps Palo Alto get closer to the amount of energy it needs down the line for large-scale, long-term community resilience, and serves as a blueprint for preceding projects. The Clean Coalition urges you to move forward with strategies 3 and 5, both of which will have an unparalleled trifecta of long-lasting economic, environmental, and resilience benefits for residents and the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Is that a local group?
State, citywide. Actually, broad.
Johnny, you may speak.
Hi, good evening, UIC. My name is Johnny, and I'm a program engineer for the Clean Coalition. I want to start by thanking the Commission for taking the time and devoting the resources to explore and evaluate flexible and resilient energy solutions. At the Clean Coalition, we're constantly seeing the trifecta of economic, environmental, and resilience benefits that solar and community microgrids provide to communities. Properly identifying essential community facilities and valuing the resilience that they gain from being able to retain power during grid outages are critical steps towards planning for community resilience. When a critical facility has certainty that the lights will stay on when needed, even during an outage, the benefit is to the entire community. The Clean Coalition has developed a methodology called the Value of Resilience 123 to tier critical loads at critical facilities, which helps with the sizing of resilient solutions like solar microgrids. At a community scale, the Clean Coalition's Resilient Energy Subscription System allows a community to fairly determine which facilities and loads will be prioritized during an outage and use the subscription component to fund scalable community microgrids. The city currently maintains a single portable solar microgrid for emergencies under its current policy. However, community resilience would be drastically improved by installing solar microgrids on site at critical facilities and further elevated with a broader community microgrid. This solution would also have the added benefit of reducing or eliminating entirely the city's reliance on the delivery of fossil fuels during an emergency. Clean Coalition also strongly supports developing a solar microgrid to provide resilience at the airport and the regional water quality control plant. It is also worth exploring the total solar generation potential of this site, because once the critical loads for these facilities are covered, the additional solar energy can be used to charge the city's electric vehicle fleet. This would provide the city the ability to manage energy supply and demand with the on-site solar generation and the grid at large by taking advantage of vehicle-to-grid technology. We support the action thus far and encourage the city to incorporate these changes moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sam Andre, you may speak.
Good evening, everyone. Is there a way to turn on my camera or?
Unfortunately, there's not.
There's not? Okay. All right. No worries. Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Sam Andre. I'm an associate program engineer for the Clean Coalition. The Clean Coalition has extensive experience in facilitating community microgrids with over a dozen community microgrid projects moving forward across the country, including 2 here in California under the Microgrid Incentive Program, one in Marin County with PG&E and the other in East Los Angeles with Southern California Edison. The Microgrid Incentive Program is a $200 million vote of confidence by the California Public Utilities Commission and all 3 of California's IOUs that community microgrids are essential in transitioning to clean energy and in providing vital resilience to communities across California. It seems only reasonable that the Palo Alto utilities pursue community microgrids as well. Building on my colleagues' previous public comments broadly supporting solar and community microgrids, I would like to dive into some of the details provided in the agenda packet. First, in the cost-benefit analysis results in attachment A of the agenda packet provided by Bureau Happold, it is excellent news that the commercial solar and BESS projects have a benefit-to-cost ratio of 1.07. This is purely the economic analysis of the merits of these kinds of projects, and when long-term resilience benefits are properly factored in, commercial solar and BESS is a home run for the city of Palo Alto. The city's utility should absolutely move forward with coordinating a solar and storage build-out to serve both Palo Alto Airport and the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. As the Bureau Happold report has shown, the economics of commercial solar and battery projects are outstanding, and the additional environmental and resilience benefits that the Palo Alto Airport Community Microgrid would provide make this project a clear winner. A pilot-scale community microgrid of 2 megawatts of solar and 4 megawatt hours of storage, which is offered in just a single Tesla Megapack, would have a total cost of about $7 million based on Clean Coalition experience with the Tomales West Community Microgrid and other community microgrid projects. This would give Palo Alto Utilities a real opportunity to evaluate the economic and resilience benefits, and if everything goes well, then the Palo Alto Airport Community Microgrid could be extended and additional community microgrids in Palo Alto can be proliferated. The Clean Coalition urges the Utilities Advisory Commission to move forward with a solar and storage build-out at the Palo Alto Airport and Regional Water Quality Control Plant to provide a trifecta of unparalleled economic, environmental, and resilience benefits to the city as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any more online?
No additional hands raised.
Did you want to speak? Come on.
Okay. Yeah, just one more comment from the Clean Coalition. So I'm Caleb. I'm a Palo Alto resident and also former employee of the Clean Coalition. I also have professional expertise in economic analysis. So I really appreciate the diligence demonstrated here and just would like to highlight a few brief considerations regarding the resiliency benefits, including avoided costs of community microgrids, which can be applied to the airport microgrid or to community microgrids more broadly. So firstly, I'd like to highlight the fact that community microgrids provide unparalleled resilience benefits in the case of long-term grid outages due to phenomena such as natural disasters. So as you guys noted in the airport microgrid feasibility study, an airport microgrid can provide long-term power to the Regional Water Quality Control Plant of up to 45 days in September. Because of benefits of this nature, the Clean Coalition has designed an innovative market mechanism to finance community microgrids, which you did basically allude to a similar mechanism earlier. The Clean Coalition calls this the Resilient Energy Subscription. which allows any facility within the footprint of a community microgrid to pay a simple monthly dollar per kilowatt hour fee on top of its normal electricity tariff for a guaranteed daily delivery of locally generated renewable energy during grid outages, which ensures unparalleled energy resilience. As also was mentioned, that could be valuable to the airport specifically. So each facility can decide what percentage of its total electric load to include in its resiliency subscription, and then perform appropriate behind the meter load management to stay within its guaranteed daily load budget during grid outages. Potential customers can calculate how much they'd be willing to pay for a resilient energy subscription using the Clean Coalition's revolutionary value of resilience 123 method, which estimates an average value of resilience of 25% of a subscriber's typical energy costs. Secondly, I would just like to highlight the benefits of community microgrids in normal times due to avoided transmission costs and avoided congestion costs, of 10 to 15%. So PG&E's transmission access charges averaged 3 cents per kilowatt hour in January of 2023 and have been rising sharply since the 2-year period since that date and can be completely avoided via community microgrids. So I'm not sure exactly how the PPA cost of local solar and storage as compared to the cost of importing energy via remote renewables and transmission were calculated, but I did want to flag this important cost in case it was overlooked. Also, please note that a resilient energy subscription, as described above, could alleviate some PPA costs. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention that community microgrid owners could potentially reap significant value from community microgrids themselves by leveraging their potential for energy arbitrage or energy pricing arbitrage and or by reducing daytime rates. So based on a locational marginal pricing analysis that we conducted for the Clean Coalition's West Marin community microgrids last year, we concluded that the average value of solar alone averages to 4.5 cents per kilowatt hour over the course of a year, and the value of time shifting averages to 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour with standard solar driven community microgrid ratio of battery energy storage system to solar power capacity, which is typically at least 2 kilowatt hour of BESS energy capacity per 1 kilowatt of solar power capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that concludes public comment. So we're back to the commission. If you each want to say something or not say something, because I don't think we're getting a vote. So I think we're just going to go down the line. And if you want to make any comments,
I think it would be really helpful if if we were able to lay out where any commissioner's feedback differs from what we laid out in the staff request.
Why don't you put the staff request up?
Yeah, that'd be great. Kaylee, are you able to put up slide 12, please? And this is aligned with what's in your staff report.
So you'd like contrary views? Is that what?
I'd like to understand the extent to which the individual commissioners' views on what we should be bringing forward in the final report are aligned with this list or differ from this list, which is also on page, on the first page of your, first 2 pages of your staff report.
I was just going to ask, we go down the line, you can say, I'm totally in agreement with the way you're doing it, or I disagree with whatever. I think that's what they're looking for.
Go first? Okay, sure. My feedback on the specific projects that have been discussed is that to provide feedback, I would need to see much more detailed analysis. The information presented, as we talked about, is very high level. And I just, I don't, real basic questions like what costs are included, whose costs are they, how are they calculated, how are they integrated, all those sorts of things I would need to see to be able to provide a response, particularly the slipperier sort of benefits like resilience, reliability. I'd like to understand what's included there. A little bit more broadly, I think it would be real, rather than start with discrete projects, I think it'd be really valuable to start with CPU's objectives for reliability and resilience, both when the grid is working okay and when it's not. Things like, reduce outage durations and frequency 50% in 5 years, something like that. Nobody has to agree with that goal, but being specific like that about goals and then asking, okay, what technology, what programs could we do or should we do to achieve that? And of course, what would it cost? I think that's important. The other thing, which I think is really important, I see this area of reliability and resilience and grid mod more broadly as really strategic and important and long-term for CPAU. And therefore, it's the kind of thing that normal core competence thinking would tell you should be done internally, that CPAU should be building a capability to conduct this sort of analysis, and maintaining such capability may need to use consultants today, but this kind of question isn't always going to be with us. 20 years from now, CPAU will still be facing this kind of challenge. And so I think it's really important that it have the capability to address this sort of challenge. So I think that's obviously very long-term, but I think it's also very important to be headed in that direction. And I know we always talk about challenges with headcount and all that, but I think we don't, as far as I can tell, we don't have the capability for doing this at an adequate scale today. And my recommendation is that we should build it.
First off, I do agree with that point that this ideally is a core competency that one would want to have internally. But I mean, I approach this whole discussion from the point of view that the future is going to happen. We need these things. CPAU will need, not just for reasons of R&R, but will need to be promoting and expanding microgrids, virtual power plants, solar and storage, batteries everywhere, batteries in the garage, batteries at the grid, batteries connected to shopping mall and school parking lot, solar systems. And so it's not a question of coming up with methodologies to show that they can't work. We've got to come up with ways to show that they will work and pick which ones first. Vehicle to the grid is not going to be the first. I'll go with that. But, we simply, one thing I really liked was the way that you showed, you had a methodology for finding the 360 or some odd transformers that, what if we just, if we could delay them, that kind of thinking is great. I would really tie this in tightly with grid mod. I'd love to see, as we're modernizing the grid, where are the hot points, the flash points, the transformers in neighborhoods that are currently failing and most, could we, I guess the real point is to tie in some of this work with the specifics of grid mod. There must be some substations, some transformer areas that concern us most, and there's ideally where we could best prove the benefits of storage and solar. But again, we have to get there. So this whole presentation has a bit of a flavor or vibe that, well, we looked at everything and it just doesn't pencil out. I'm sure it doesn't. I don't disagree. Although, like Phil, I can't really see why one project is a 1.07 and the other is a 0.8. And, I can't really see how you came up with those exact ratios. But my larger message is it just has to work. We have to find ways and places for Palo Alto to be pushing and innovating, subsidizing and investing in these things, specifically solar and storage, microgrids, and BPP.
All right, I'd say in general, I support the 1 through 8 that are in here. Big picture wise, I think that we should have some kind of plan for a longer term emergency. So I do support continuing to explore the airport microgrid with backup to the water treatment plant, or to use for emergency, like we need emergency vehicles that are electric to be able to have some kind of fuel when fuel is hard to get, right? So it says that we're going to continue to look at that, right? And figure out what the metrics are. And I support doing that. And another question is, would we want to consider talking to our partners in the water quality control plant to see if the airport microgrid might be a shared investment with a shared benefit, just to change some of the economics of it? I don't know if that's already included, but it does feel to me like it is. Okay. Yeah, so in general, I support this, and I hope that we see some better numbers coming out of that option. Just because I do think having an emergency, renewable emergency resource when actual greenhouse gas resources become hard to find would be valuable to us. So that's where I am.
I also support 1 through 8, and I think you have looked at it carefully and considered things well. I actually thought you answered all the questions well. I guess I wanted to address that we're all really sad about it, and I think that's what you're feeling, and I want to make sure we don't shoot the messenger, and we're not. I'm very disappointed in the results. I think it's unfortunate. I'm sure the community would be disappointed in the results, but the results are what the results are. And I would encourage you to look at some of the targeted ones where we can have a win, because when you give bad news, and it's nice to say, well, but we found this, which is a targeted win, we're going to do this project. So if you can find some targeted wins and pair that with it, I think that would go a long way in the community to make it feel like we're moving forward, because I think that's what people want. I also think that you should mention again that we are getting a second interconnect, which does a lot for resilience. And I think people forget that should make a really big difference in long-term resilience issues. So that's my comments.
I want to echo a lot of what Greg just said. And Jonathan, thank you for a tremendously clear presentation. I really, really value that. I think that you've also posed a series of questions that are exactly the kind of questions the UAC should be answering. Not so much technical questions, but value-based judgments. And, how do we evaluate carbon benefits, resiliency benefits, and rates, right? Because they're in tension with one another. I think if we do place a priority on low rates, like you've done a very careful analysis to show that there are very few investments that we can make. If we choose to raise rates in order to more fully weight resiliency, or for fully weight, local generation, then that's the kind of discussion that we can be having. And it's the kind of discussion we should have community input around. So thank you. I guess that the one other thing I'll add on the presentation in general is that it would be very helpful, given the relative paucity of opportunity, to highlight places in which individual or household or business level investments would have the highest payback. Because I think that there's also a sense of wanting to voluntarily make investments and having confidence that the voluntary investments you're making are actually having grid resilience and carbon benefits would, I think, also accelerate the I can't remember, but number 3, right? The voluntary investments. I think in general, I strongly support the set of recommendations. I would say, it's clear that there's the commercial to me, the commercial opportunities are simpler to instantiate, and we are, I don't know how we are treating future commercial load growth, but I always see like a single large commercial entity as a much easier program to roll out. And so even if the cost benefit ratio isn't quite there, I guess the thing I'd say is like, let's look for them because we learn by going through with those larger projects around single customers, and we get more bang for our staff effort. I would say it would be also helpful, I'm sorry, they're a little out of order. In the final set of analyses, it would be very helpful to see tornado plots to better understand sensitivity to some of the and risks to some of these financial assumptions. I think we're in a period of tremendous volatility from a policy perspective, from a rates perspective, and so understanding that sensitivity analysis and some of the specific risks you've looked at would be really helpful. Finally, I'll say that, we're doing emergency long-term planning is in our strategic plan for the UAC this year. And I think that that gives us an opportunity as a commission to talk a little bit more about how we want to value long-term electric power resiliency or longer duration storage. And will give us an opportunity, I think, to also interface with other parts of the city on that. So while you've certainly taken one cut at that, we may have other insights to bring back to you. And I guess I just encourage us to schedule that sooner rather than later so that we can provide timely feedback. Thank you again.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. I thought this was a great example where you came several meetings ago, took feedback from us, and then came back with a pretty comprehensive presentation and package seeking additional feedback. So thank you. I think it's a great example. I might, with the benefit of your presentation, have more comments for you after the meeting, which I'll email you. And those comments I'll release as a public comment, so the public has the benefit of them as well. At a high level, I support the principles that you've written here. I am wondering if there is room for a formal collaboration with our OES, just so we have a lens towards disaster and emergency preparedness when we're designing our resiliency programs. I think that could be a beneficial collaboration to have. Specifically on the points you've had here in your straw proposal, on number 3, you say continue the city's current policies of not providing technical assistance programs or incentives. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think we should at least provide technical assistance to residents who are interested in solar and battery adoption, particularly if they're concerned about disaster preparedness. Maybe they're a vulnerable person who requires or relies on medical devices. I think we should be offering that at least technical assistance if it's not financial incentives. I also think that we should continue to look at that and add in the caveat that you have in number 4 to number 3, unless benefit to cost ratios change in the future. Maybe that was just an unintended omission for that one, but I think we should continue to evaluate that for residential as in number 3. In number 6, you write monitoring opportunities, but do not pursue additional analysis or new policies or programs at this time. I do think as a result of your presentation, we should be looking more broadly at opportunities in grid mod to reduce cost. And I'm not sure if the current work we've done does all of that yet. And again, I don't know all of the different technical and equipment and all those different areas in grid mod, but I do think we should look really deeply at where are the opportunities to save in that $300 million project. Outside of your 8 points, I do wonder if we can consider equity principles as we study this. I also wonder if we can consider voluntary tariffs, particularly for resiliency. So for example, I think a public commenter said there could be a voluntary tariff on buying like a battery storage for some certain percentage of load. I think that's worth looking at, and maybe initially studying how successful are voluntary tariff programs. If they are successful, maybe that's something we can look at to enhance our resiliency. But thanks again for this wonderful presentation. I look forward to the follow-up package.
Yeah, I want to add my thanks. This is exactly what the doctor ordered, exactly, what I was looking for in terms of real clarity. Again, I think it seems like I don't know, Chair Scharf said it was bad news. I'm not sure. But I mean, when you think about particularly subsidies, you have to think about the sentence that says we should raise everybody's rates in order to do X, Y, Z. And, so when you start playing with that, gives me a lot of insight as I started looking at these, do I really want to raise everybody else's rates in order to help somebody buy, solar? I don't personally, and I think the numbers add up. I think there's a couple things that I would encourage. One is, as this gets done and rolled out, there should be pretty careful communication to the community. It sounds like, again, the reaction is, oh, it's kind of bad news. We're not going to do a lot of stuff. And since there are people in the community who are thinking we should be subsidizing X, Y, Z, we should be looking heavily at microgrids and investing in the city, should be doing this. We need careful communication, why we're not going to be doing it. I really like the fact that it also respects staff time. Anything we say, well, we're going to look more into, we're going to study more, means we're going to take more of staff's time away from other things, which I think are even more important, and, hiring consultants, which has a cost of its own. So I like kind of drawing this box and saying this is where we are. One thing I would recommend is it would be great if this could be a framework and we redo it annually or every other year. Economics are going to change. The overall situation is going to change, and what is the right decision now, will not necessarily be the right decision in a year or 2 years. I don't know what the right cadence is, but again, I love the exercise, and, I think it's something that needs to be repeated and updated. Minor comments on number 1. I mean, I always wondered why, we promote ways community members can save money by reducing peak period load once those rates are launched. Why not do it now? I mean, why aren't we telling people now how they can reduce peak period loads just as good citizens and helping the grid? Number 5, maybe it falls under Chair Scharf's recommend to me. Yeah, we kind of got to 1.07, but it's something that no rational commercial entity would ever consider. So maybe a public-private partnership where a city can bear the longer. I mean, that's not a very convincing story to me. So, I mean, I'm kind of like, why bother? And then I wasn't quite sure, what are we still exploring with number 8? Is that we're just saying the airport, is there more work that the utility is planning to do, or is it just as the airport pursues it?
This actually, I think, is also germane to one of the things a public commenter raised. What's happening now is it's really in Public Works Court for them to consider what are their different options for long-term resiliency, one of them being this solar microgrid, and what do these different options cost? What are their trade-offs in terms of, how much resiliency they provide in a major emergency? And they need to do that evaluation no matter what, regardless of this project. So work's done on valuing the PPA. You let that necessary work in Public Works unfold. And then if it turns out that there is an opportunity there, we could bring it back. But again, thinking it's likely it does not.
Can I just make one point about this? I think especially for the regional water quality control plant, the value of a microgrid is actually highly dependent on the tariff structure that we set, right? And so
like there's a scenario in which, hey, we're a public, or we are the utility, or we are the city, and therefore we are going to value the grid peak load reduction significantly, and we apply a time of use tariff structure, and that makes this pencil out. And there's another scenario in which you're like, oh, well, they're on flat rates, and like, of course, there's no benefit. So, I think that there's a lot under 8 that actually like passing off solely to Public Works, and you not taking a very active. I mean, I don't want to say you personally, but like there is in fact like a real collaboration between the utility and Public Works that needs to be happening here.
Yeah, I think when you start thinking about it in terms of a behind the meter project where the rates really matter, then yes, it becomes a lot more squirrely, and you do need that partnership, which is why we've analyzed it as a PPA, because that's very clean. You can value the resiliency, you can value the PPA price against our existing PPA prices. You don't have to worry about rates and tariffs. And as long as we stick to that approach, I think we can give it entirely to Public Works with some support. We will still stay involved.
Just want to mention, when we say Public Works, they're a part of the city. They're a part of us. Jonathan actually is in Public Works. Public Works maintains, operates the wastewater treatment plant, which is a part of the utility rates for the wastewater customers. So it's not, we're very closely tied with Public Works. So they do our line clearing for us. So we're not going to be on their own. In fact, when they bring some of these projects, it actually gets integrated into our capital improvement program. So we are actively engaged on that. So do not think that when we say this is Public Works, they are leading on it. We are a supportive, department as well.
Agree. Yeah, I'm just trying to say that we just want to keep the analysis as simple and clean as possible.
Thank you. That answered my question. But yeah, thank you very much for the analysis.
All right. Well, thank you. I think that concludes that item. And therefore we move to future topics for upcoming meetings. I think that's you, Alan.
So we do have the 12-month calendar for the city council, for the commissioners as well. I was pausing there because I thought to be doing it every other month. So that's why I was pausing. In fact, I think that was a little bit.
I thought we were doing it every other month as well, but.
So I called it, but that was my.
Okay, so we won't do it this week.
Yeah, I don't think we're doing this much, so.
Okay, got it. All right, are there any commissioner comments, reports from other meetings? Yes.
There was a public commenter who stated that they're having trouble with our public comments email address. My theory is it might have something to do with our domain name shift. I noticed when I looked at my junk mailbox, the software that the city uses might be more spirited in identifying certain messages as spam and not coming from safe senders. So I do wonder if we could have a follow-up, maybe reaching out to IT to see if we can resolve that issue and make sure that public comments are making it.
It was duly noted by multiple staff here in
thank
terms
you.
of how we could try to make sure that the public comments get through. But
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Yes. You want to just.
Right, it was a comment on a prior meeting. I don't know if, is this the time I should talk about the climate working group?
Sure.
I just want to make one comment of the climate working group from June 11th. There was an interesting factoid that came out. Jonathan left the room, but we asked about new construction, and apparently 2/3 of new construction right now is all electric and 1/3 has a gas hookup. And we were wondering the reason for that is stoves.
Oh, interesting.
So I just thought that was a really interesting factoid. There's a need to convince people that they don't need their gas stoves. I love my gas stove, but someone needs to invent.
I love
really,
my induction
good
stove.
stuff. Electric stove that simulates a gas stove.
No shaming the other commissioners.
Never go back to a gas stove. They're so good.
I think we have to have a cook-off.
I think so too.
Instead of the chili cook-off. Anyone else? Okay, with that, we can adjourn the meeting.